May peace be upon you all. On behalf of Universitas Brawijaya, welcome to the first UB Online Short Course 2024. My name is Zenita Kurnia Putri, serving you as your Master of Ceremony to the opening session. As you know, that the theme of this course is Pathway to Publication, Equipping Scholar with Essential Writing and Publishing Skills. This course is expected to add and refresh to your knowledge and how to prepare yourself and your manuscript before you report it to the academic journal. Furthermore, you will also learn how to deal with the submission and receiving the processes. This event is brought to you by the International Office of Universitas Brawijaya, working together with Inspire Southeast Asia, and is also supported to our domestic and overseas partners such as UP Medcom, INTL International University Malaysia, and Samar State University Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start the learning journey, as the standard of protocol in our university, let's listen to the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya, and will be followed by the Universitas Brawijaya hymn. Thank you for all participants for listening. Moving on, we will listen to several opening remarks. The first will be delivered by the Director of the National Office of Universitas Brawijaya. Please welcome Dr. Didi Hartono, MPD.
Thank you very much, Senita Putri. And Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon you all. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Brawijaya, who is today represented by Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, and also Mr. Omar Malik, Regional Director of Elsevier, Southeast Asia, esteemed speakers and moderators, participants, and general audience. Well, I think it's a great honor and distinct privilege. Today, we welcome you all in the first UP Online short course in 2024. We would like to report to the rector and also the rest of you that until last Friday, we have received as many as 1,254 registered participants. They come from 29 countries from 3 different continents, and we are all here share a common goal, common purpose, that is being successful in doing scientific publications. Ladies and gentlemen, it's in this forum that my office, International Office of Brawijaya University, would like to introduce you a little bit to Universitas Brawijaya. Like we have already seen in our previous video, that we are one of top ranked state universities in Indonesia. And in fact, we are the largest university in Indonesia in terms of student body. There are more than 70,000 students who are pursuing a degree, be it a diploma, bachelor's, master's, or doctoral degrees. We have also, there are 18 faculties or colleges or schools in some institutions, which manage 175 programs from diploma to doctoral degrees. And I believe, and I'm sure from the list of the faculties here, you can find almost all subjects in social sciences, in life sciences, humanities, engineering, and medicine. As you can see on the screen, we have 18 faculties there. And that's why in this moment, we also invite universities across the globe to build a partnership with us. We can set some programs in terms of staff exchange, lecturer exchange, professor exchange, such as the adjunct professor, and then visiting professor, guest lecture, and joint supervision for thesis and also dissertation. Thesis as well as dissertation, and also joint research. And furthermore, moreover, for student exchange, we are ready to receive your students, guys, from your university, coming here through programs like a short course, like summer camp, joint class, and also joint competition and student symposium. Other things, we can do our double degree or joint degree programs, international conferences, community services, and other forms of partnerships. And those programs will be very welcome to our university. As we mentioned before, that we are top 5 universities in Indonesia with the biggest number of students in Indonesia. It's around 72,000 students. I would like also to inform that UB now opens a full scholarship program to study bachelor's, master's, and also doctoral programs here in our university. Later, our staff here will share with you the information. His name is Aulia Lukman Aziz, and we'll talk about the possibilities of having further study in Brawijaya University, and the basis of the scholarship or the fully funded that will be offered by our university. Finally, thank you for your participation in this event, and I hope that this is not the last time we meet, as there are many other events and things that you can join and do together with us. Thank you very much for your attention and for your join to this event. And please enjoy this event. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Back to Zenita.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Didi. The second remark will be delivered by the Regional Director of Elsevier, Southeast Asia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Omar Malik.
Assalamu alaikum, Bu. Can you hear me clearly?
Waalaikumsalam.
Yes.
Yes, Mr.
Are you able to hear me clearly?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Mr.
Clearly.
Okay,
Yes,
good.
we can.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. So first of all, assalamu alaikum and good afternoon to everyone. And also I would like to extend a special thank you to University of Brawijaya and the University of Brawijaya leadership to invite Elsevier to be part of this session today and to invite me to speak at this session as part of the introductory note. So thank you very much. Really appreciate your support. Let me quickly introduce myself because it's a big audience. I see there are almost 230 plus participants in today's session, so it's really well attended. So my name is Omar Malik. I am with Elsevier. I've been with Elsevier 6+ years now. I look after the Southeast Asia and ANZ regions at Elsevier. I'm the Regional Director for Southeast Asia and ANZ. As part of my responsibilities, I am very deeply involved with the Southeast Asia region. I travel very often to Indonesia, almost every month. And I visited a lot of the Indonesian universities over my last 6 years at Elsevier. I work closely with the Indonesian government as well, Dikti, as well as BRIN. So from time to time, we are invited by BRIN or Dikti or by the universities to participate in events like these. And we are always very happy to participate and contribute our knowledge or our expertise at such events. So that was just a brief introduction of me. Now, just speaking about this event today. So this event has been organized by University of Brawijaya, and we are very happy to participate in the event. Our contribution to this event would be our expertise in capacity building. Now, let me say a few words about Elsevier's capacity building initiative in Indonesia. This is something which is very, very important for us, and it's something which we contribute to the researcher community in Indonesia as well as at large across Asia Pacific and even globally. So the essence of capacity building for us is that we are not only providing products and services to the researcher community, to the academic community in Indonesia, but we want to supplement those products and those services by providing capacity building as well. When I say capacity building, we are focusing on capacity building for researchers. We want to share information and expertise with researchers on topics like how to publish a good paper, how to select the right journal to get published in, how to promote your research after you get published, even very early stage, how to plan for your research, how to choose the right topic, how to look at research data, existing research data, and utilize that data to select the right topic, a trending topic which would help you to get published and help you to get citations. So all of these things are topics. These are just a few topics, but there are many others as well. We conduct workshops for editors also, journal editors, for example, how to improve the quality of your journal, how to get your journal indexed in databases like Scopus, for example, how to bring your journal up to the standard of international journals. So things like that, we cover both sides. We conduct workshops for researchers, and sometimes we also we conduct workshops for editors. We do these workshops in collaboration with individual universities. For example, the workshop today, this is in collaboration with University of Brawijaya. We sometimes do these workshops in collaboration with government organizations like BRIN, like Dikti. Last year, we'd done an event in collaboration with BRIN to which we invited all universities from Indonesia. And we also do workshops or events in collaboration with associations. Like, for example, FPPTI is the largest library association in Indonesia. And last year we had done a major event for librarians across Southeast Asia in collaboration with FPPTI. And it was very well attended. So we try to partner with a wide spectrum of participants and roles across the Indonesian academic scene. And our objective in the end is to provide additional value. So you're not just using our products, subscribing to our products, but you're also getting additional support from us in the form of value-added services, workshops, events, where you can benefit from the expertise of international speakers as well as experts from across Indonesia. So I wanted to say a bit of give you a bit of context about this workshop and our participation in this workshop, and also other such workshops that we are doing across Indonesia. Besides workshops and events, we also do a lot of webinars. These are sometimes international webinars, sometimes regional webinars, and when we do webinars, we extend the invites to researchers through the university libraries as well. So that's a bit about our capacity building efforts in Indonesia and beyond. I'm again very thankful to University of Brawijaya for inviting us to participate in this event, to share our expertise, and also for inviting me to be part of the introductory speakers today. So thank you again to University of Brawijaya and the University of Brawijaya leadership. Thank you to everyone who's taken time out to join today's session. I wish you the best, and I hope that you will gain you'll have a good experience in the session, and you'll get some good knowledge sharing amongst each other and from the speakers as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Malik. Now, the final remarks will be delivered by our Vice Rector for Academic Affairs of Universitas Brawijaya, which has recorded earlier by Professor Dr. Insinyur Imam Santoso, MP. Let's watch together.
Dear esteemed speaker and participant, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to our online short course and Pathways to Publication, equipping scholar with essential writing and publishing skill. Brought to you by Universitas Brawijaya and Elsevier. On behalf of Rector Universitas Brawijaya, we are glad to see over 1,000 academic joining us today. Your presence shows our shared dedication to improving how we share knowledge. At Universitas Brawijaya, our mission is to become a globally represented to make the most of this opportunity and learn
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we so sorry because the technical trouble. We will start again to the remarks from our Vice Rector.
Dear esteemed speaker and participant, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to our online short course and pathways to publication, equipping scholar with essential writing and publishing skill. Brought to you by Universitas Brawijaya and Elsevier. On behalf of Rector Universitas Brawijaya, we are glad to see over 1,000 academic joining us today. Your presence show our shared dedication to improving how we share knowledge. At Universitas Brawijaya, our mission is to become a globally reputable institution of higher learning. We believe that fostering collaboration and knowledge exchange across borders is essential to achieving this goal. We are teamed up with Elsevier and professor from Universitas Brawijaya as partner institution in Malaysia, Thailand, and the Philippines to help you learn how to write and publish effectively. In today's academic world, sharing research funding is vital. That's why we are here to give you practical advice and strategies to make your voice heard globally. I encourage you to get involved, share ideas, and connect with fellow scholars. Let's work together to make the most of this opportunity and learn from each other. I thank to Dr. Didi Hartono and his team at the International Office of Universitas Brawijaya for preparing this event so well, that it can be attended by many academics from various countries. I also thank Mr. Omar Malik from Elsevier Southeast Asia for always supporting us in achieving our academic mission. Not to forget all the speakers for putting some time to prepare the material, and also all participants, we are happy to have you here. And finally, by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I officially open this event. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for watching. Ladies and gentlemen, in order to document this meeting, we invite everyone to start and to open your camera. Our committee will be take the photographs of us, so please open your camera. We will count 3, 2, 1. Once again. One more time. 3, 2, 1. Smile. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. Now, before we enter to the main session, I would like to read the general guideline for this event. The meeting rules before the session. We hope you can download our virtual background in this link, or you can search Okay, and the committee will text or write into the chat room, and then you must rename your name with your real name. And the third, please silent or mute the microphone. The next rules, during the session will be held in 60 minutes presentation and 15 minutes for question and answer session. 3 questions for each session, maybe 8. And if you have the question, please raise your hand or write on the Q&A or comment. And before asking, you must introduce yourself. Okay, now we will start the first session. The first session will discuss with the theme of formulating research gaps for international publication. The moderator of this session is Miss Chachi Ruth Damayanti, DBA. She is the head of International Relations Officer of Faculty of Administrative Science, Universitas Brawijaya. And please welcome. I invite Miss Dr. Chachi on the screen. Hello, Dr. Chachi.
Welcome to Universitas Brawijaya.
Hello,
Universitas
nice to
Brawijaya
see
has
you.
once again been recognized
Nice to
as
see
the
you too. Okay, thank you very much. Please,
campus in
now I
2023.
will sign out. Thank you.
Let us examine some possible factors that contribute to its prestigious status. The quality of Universitas Brawijaya is renowned worldwide, as evidenced by numerous accreditations from national and international institutions. This commitment to quality is in line with its vision to become a pioneer and reformer with an international in science and technology, particularly in support of culture-based industries for the betterment of the community. Universitas Brawijaya offers a wide range of study programs, with 18 faculties and 185 study programs available across its 4 campuses, catering to the diverse interests of prospective students. Universitas Brawijaya prides itself on its comprehensive and modern facilities. The main campus spans 48 hectares and is equipped with cutting-edge educational, research, and administrative facilities in each faculty. Additionally, the campus provides health facilities, sports amenities, and campus-wide Wi-Fi connectivity. Since its establishment in 1963, Universitas Brawijaya has successfully produced thousands of outstanding graduates. The university is dedicated to cultivating independent, disciplined, and competitive individuals, equipping them with the skills needed to succeed in the global workforce. Many of its graduates have successfully secured employment or pursued further studies abroad. Located in the city of Malang, Universitas Brawijaya benefits from its reputation as an educational hub, offering a pleasant climate, beautiful and verdant surroundings, affordable cost of living, and comprehensive facilities. Additionally, it is renowned as a tourist destination and boasts excellent accessibility through various modes of transportation. Universitas Brawijaya students consistently achieve noteworthy accomplishments at both national and international levels, both in academic and non-academic fields. Considering all the aforementioned factors, it is clear to see why Universitas Brawijaya remains the most highly esteemed university in Indonesia.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming for today. And the Honorable Rector of Universitas Brawijaya, Professor Widodo, MSc, the Honorable Director of International Office Universitas Brawijaya, Dr. Didi Hartono, MPD, the Honorable General Manager of Elsevier, Mr. Omar Malik, and also for the speakers for today, the Honorable lecturers from INTI International University Malaysia, Associate Professor Dr. Asokan Vasudevan. Thank you for coming for today's, and also for all of the participants from UB and all of the world. And welcome to the UB short course, online short course, Pathway to Publication, equipping scholars with the essential writing and publishing skills. And we are going to start our first topic for this short course today, and with the title of Formulating Research Gap for International Publications. And I will be the moderator for today. My name is Caci Rudamayanti, and I'm a lecturer from University of Brawijaya. And this topic is important actually for the academics, not only for students, but also for the researchers, lecturers to start a good research with interesting and up-to-date topics. The main important to start research is finding research gaps and finding research gap is not easy and also challenging. Therefore, this topic is how to provide idea how to get it more easily. And the speaker of today is Associate Professor Dr. Asokan Vasudevan from INTI International University of Malaysia. And I will read the CV of him for today. And give me a second, I will read the CV. And for the Associate Professor Dr. Asokan, he got PhD in Management from University Tenaga Nasional Malaysia, concentration in Business Management, and then MSc, Master in Management from Southeast Missouri State University, USA. He also got MA in Higher Education Administration from Southeast Missouri State University, USA as well as bachelor degree in finance in Southeast Missouri State University of USA. And then at the moment, he is an associate professor from INTI International University. And besides lecturers and researchers, he is also the business advisor from several projects in Malaysia and also around the world. And that's the expertise from Dr. Asokan. And Dr. Asokan, nice to see you for the short course. And thank you for your time and share your knowledge and expertise in this research. And Dr. Asokan, time is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Chatik Ruth Damayanti. Thank you so much for inviting me. And it was wonderful. You gave a good remarks, a good introduction about my profile. That's wonderful. Right. I'm glad that you made a quick, organized quickly this event, and I was surprised because we had a short discussion last time, and it was so fast that you organized such an event. Fantastic, and it is really wonderful. I think, follow your step to do similar like this. Okay. Let me share my slide here, if you don't mind. Can you all see my slide?
Yes, yes.
Yes,
All
we
right.
see.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much and inviting me for this conference. This online short courses. My topic, as you know, that is formulating research gap for a publication. I put just publication, don't put an international because it's can applicable in around the world. Any publication. So that's why I put just publication. Okay. Now, I'd like to welcome everyone. Welcome to today's presentation on formulating a research gap for publication. Actually, I am a Professor Dr. Asukan Wasudin. Okay, so what it is, maybe I can ask a question. What it is actually research gap, how to identify and how to make use of
what
it
is
so that
what it is? Maybe I can ask a question. What it is actually research gap?
how to identify and how to make use of
what
it
is
so that
what it is?
Excuse me. I think it's time for Dr. Asokan to present at the moment. I will give you a time to have a question answer.
Is this
after this?
is this someone asking questions?
Yeah.
No, allow me to finish this presentation first. Then we have a session 15 minutes for Q&A.
Yeah. Please continue, Dr. Asokan. Thank
Okay,
you.
so today we are going to talk about the research gap and what it is and how to identify it and how to make use of it so that you can pursue motivate innovative research. Okay, so how many of you have ever felt you had discovered a new and exciting research questions and only to find that it had already exciting research question, only to find that it had already been written about? So in the past, I've experienced this more time than I can count. There are many times I've come to a problem that to find a research gap. No, I'm just giving it. I haven't moved the slide number 2. I'm just giving introduction first before I do slide number 2. All right, so graduate student, for example, any students, for example, postgrad come to with the pressure to add new knowledge to the field. So we can contribute to humanity, progress and knowledge. So to do this, we must first identify research gap in the existing literature. So let's move on to the slide number 2. All right, in brief, I'd like to say something about this. In brief, in a nutshell, we can say that a research gap is a problem. Okay, it's actually a problem that has not been addressed properly. I like to use the word properly. It is there, but we never addressed properly, and it may stem from a deficiency of appropriate data. Maybe you have the data there, but you never extract the proper problem from there. And also the data to support the thesis title, literature gap, which means there is a lack of incomplete information in the academic research literature that has investigated or studied. So that's why you call a research gap actually. Okay. Now move on to the next slide. What is a research gap again? I like to repeat this again so that you understand what is research gap all about. So let's begin by understanding what a research gap is. Actually, again, a research gap is an unexplored or we can underexplored area in a field of study, yeah, indicating the absence of sufficient data, okay, existing knowledge, or we can call detailed examination which never been unexplored. So this gap justify the need for further research to fulfill the to fill the void, something left by previous study. That's where you find the research gap. Okay, so like to elaborate more on this. A research gap means that some areas have significant scope for more research can be done, but others have not investigated them. Can be a research gap. So in other words, no one has picked up on or worked on this item. So it also can refer to research. It also can refer to unexplored or underexplored. So in a simple, unexplored or underexplored areas with scope for further research. We call this a research gap. Okay. Now, a little bit more on the research gap. Let me explore the introduction of it. Yeah, so that at least you have some idea what is research gap. Is maybe help you to write a good research paper for publication. So a gap is actually a problem. Right, as I've mentioned this again and again, a gap can be a problem. It is not being covered properly. So I like to use the word properly. It's there, but it's not covered properly. It may stem from the deficiency of appropriate data. It's not been properly used. Existing data, maybe we never explore the data to support the thesis, title, or literature in the gap. So the reason is I'm re-emphasizing this again because at least you know what's the research gap. Because people get confused many times. They can't find the research gap, right? Which means that there is a lack of or incomplete information in the academic research literature that has not been investigated studies, right? Now, in the following slide, it is about something about how to identify research gap. There are some ways to identify research gap. There's not only one way. There are many ways we can identify research gap. Okay. Now, we look at the first highlighted in color. We can say that it is identifying the research gap might appear challenging or even is impossible to find out the potential current research. So this is how you can find out this way to find out your research gap. Let me give a minute. Okay. Something happened here. Sorry.
You can show
just
on the slideshow as well.
Right. Okay, sorry. It is something. Okay. Just give me a minute, yeah? I have some problem here. All right. Okay. All right. So how to find the research gap here? Okay. Now, identify a research gap might appear challenging. I think for many people, it's really a challenging or even impossible given the potential current research. Still, there's a problem of identifying a research gap. So you need to find out the gaps that appear in the challenging that it can be even possible, but it's possible to find out. Okay, but you might also say that I do not have time to read. Sometimes you say I don't have time to look all the research gap. Is so many things to read. Even every social sciences paper or any other paper, namely, that is written concerning the current research. So you can find out the research gap in that pattern, that manner. So the critical question here is, how do you find a gap in your research? Okay. Now, finding a gap and coming up with the original and innovative or something we call new, a topic can be very tricky. Sometimes it's kind of misleading. Sometimes I won't say it's misleading. Sometimes it's very unclear to look the gap actually. So in a field of research, there are many methods to find research gap. I wouldn't say one, there are many ways you can find out. We will explore further on this following slide. So which can be summarized in many ways. Okay. Now, again, I'm continuing with the how to find a research gap. So because it's one slide of two, yeah. So how to find a research gap actually. Now, identify your main motivating question first. Okay, you look at the issue and find out the main motivating question. From there, you can look for the research gap. Okay, and also you can identify some words, some keywords that link to this problem. right? When you have a topic, research topic, then you really specifically look for some kind of keywords. From there, you can explore to looking for your research gap. And also a review of the literature in other ways that you can really cite it to the prominent publication in the what you call in the above space. For example, prominent publication, for example, we have Elsevier, we can have so Emerald. There's so many good prominent journals where you really can find out based on a topic, based on title, you can find the gaps from these particular journals. Yeah. So in a field of research, there are also several methods also we can do that. We can be summarized the research gaps. Okay. Now, so let me explain more on the how to identify the research gap also. You identify your problems not discussed. Gaps can be a problem that can be not discussed by the literature, right? Literature concerning your vital motivating problem, something not been discussed, that you can use that as you can find the research gap from that. And it is the last step we all find the most difficult. Okay, it can be hard to be but to find out, it's very difficult to find out. But what the idea is that the article doesn't give, but you really can find through the searching of the right journal with the keywords. Okay, so I like to keep a list of notes. Normally, when you're looking for gaps, I like to keep a list of names and notes of bias or contradictory fact that really can give some idea to look for the gap. Okay, so you can also track you can also track what authors write on a specific direction. You look at the direction of the future studies. From there also you can find gaps, which can also guide us with the current gaps. Sometimes in some journals you can even look at some of the gaps, some of the literature, future directions. From there also you can obtain some of the idea of the research gap. Okay. Now, again, now we'll move on into finding a research gap in the literature. Okay. Okay. Without forgetting the literature also play a major role to find a literature gap. Okay. So you may wonder what is that. Sometimes you're wondering what that is. What is the best way to produce some innovative research question would be. Sometimes you're wondering, because sometimes the research question also can help you to find the gaps. They are vice versa interrelated. So you may be wondering, so what kind of question you can create to find the gaps? Okay, and although there's no well-defined method to say for identifying a void and establish information to say how to find one method of finding a gap, you can help locate it with your curiosity. Sometimes people say curiosity, imagination sometimes, and also judgment that you can find the gaps. Okay, look at some of the published literature for inspiration reads books, in some books, some inspired books that we can find some gaps, and also some posts about the subject you want the most. Look some of the resources that really can help you. It can be a book, can be subject posts that you really can look into the gap. And it also allows you to understand the depth of the researcher's work, your work depth, how in-depth your study would be. So the gaps also follow that in-depth, in-depth of your study, work in your field, and ask it all. If you want to, it will be the best you request yourself questions such as, what is the relevance of this study? So you ask question, what is the relevance of your study, so that you can find the gap to my researcher, that broader field. So if you look at the relevance of your study, I think you are able to look for the gaps that you're looking for from the resources. Okay. Again, the gaps also, how would you identify the gaps in the literature? How does it help me to information? Sometimes it helps you to formulate. How does it help me formulate my research question in this article, right? So when we're writing, if you're using looking at some article, you can even ask how you can formulate your research question for the particular article you're looking into. Will be the author's statement need further clarification. So you can ask a lot of question based to find out that never been answered before. Look at the problems and questions that has not been answered. is there a particular viewpoint I should consider? So do a comparison. Ask yourself, is there something that I need to, some of the particular viewpoint that I should consider when you're looking at all these resources, literatures, yeah? So what other variables may have affected? So we're looking at some of the variables that affect research paper. Sometimes even the beginning, the introduction part of the research paper, you can look into it. So that give an idea of how to look for your research gap. So what I'm saying is the author's clarity, the significance of the research subject and the holes they have found, there's a hole that they found to be attempt to fill up is the research gap. Okay. Now, the following, also the similarly how to find research gap in the literature. Also, you can look at some of the directions or recommendations that you can look through the literature, recommendation the writers have made for more study. From there, also you can look into the research gap. That could be highly encouraging for any student. I'm just put PhD student that can help you to review a gap identification, recommendation that you can look at the paper, end of the paper, in the journal, in the article, you can find research gap also. So you read, sometimes you look at the meta-analysis and review articles to learn more about the advancement and development in the science over the years in the field of your choosing. Also, you can find the research gap. Okay, look at the direction, advancement, newness in this can lead to find a research gap. So it will allow you to get a company acquainted with the issue studies in the past, trending question that you find curious about your specific subject. Sometimes you want to do some specific topic, then you can look all this information, meta-analysis, the direction, recommendation, and then can formulate your research gap actually. Now, so in a nutshell, what I'm trying to say is how can the research gap can be identified? Simple. Identifying a research gap involves a comprehensive view of existing literature. So to a large extent, the existing literature is the one really help you to identify the gaps, critically analyzing the previous study and exploring areas where existing knowledge falls short. There's something that's not be discovered, falls short, also can help you to identify the research gap. So researchers like you and me, sometimes other people must examine the limitations and the shortcoming of existing research. So identify unanswered questions and explore unexplored aspects of within the. When you explore, you ask question, unanswered question, and you explore unexplored aspects within their chosen field. That's where you can find the research gap. Okay? So this process, ladies and gentlemen, requires a critical thinking. It is not something that you really, of course you can find, but if you have the critical thinking mindset, a deep understanding of the subject matter, and a familiarity within the existing scholarly discourse really helps you to find the research gap. Okay. Now, there are several types of a research gap. Okay, I don't know whether you guys maybe can help me on this. There are many different types of research gap. Let me explain a few that I know of. Maybe you can share with me later, maybe after the presentation. One called theoretical gap. What is the theoretical gap? This is actually identifying gap in the existing theories, okay, and also the models that have not been adequately addressed. We call this theoretical gap. The other one is empirical. The other one is empirical gap. What does this mean? It is actually a empirical. The other one called methodological gap, which is actually a gap in the literature review, research method. Okay, we refer to research method and techniques used in previous studies, which may limit the accuracy and validity of the findings. We call this methodological gap. And additionally, we also got practical gap. What is practical gap? Actually, it's also, we call this a gap between theory and practice. We call practical gap. Theory and practice, where more research is needed. It's a gap, right? To bridge this gap and improve the application of theory in practice. And the last one is called conceptual gap. It is actually conceptual gap refer to the understanding the key concept and terminologies in the field, which may lead inconsistent or unclear definitions. Can be interpretations. So the knowledge gap in the knowledge, we call this a knowledge gap. Okay, so when you call the knowledge in the gap, we call knowledge gap. Okay, gap in the knowledge. Right. So these are some of the several types of research gap that may be beneficial for us to find the gaps. Okay, there are three parts in your research gap statement. There are three things you must understand in the research gap statement. Once you have the clear and focused topic that you have in hand, you can write your research gap statement on properly. You can write, no issues. Okay. Now, a research gap statement usually consists of three parts. Okay, background, the gap, and the significance. So gap is background, the gap, and significance. So these are three parts in the gap statement. So when you're writing a research gap statement, so these are three things you need to include. Okay, I don't have any example to share with you. Maybe you can, you can explore after this. Listening to my thing, maybe you want to check whether it's true or not. You can go and explore, right? So the gap provides what? What the gap provides. So the gap provides some, is a context and a background information about your topic, like background, the gap, it provides some kind of background about your topic. The gap identify what is the gap itself. What is the gap? So I talked about earlier is a background. And now it's the gap itself actually is a missing or unclear in the literature and what you want to investigate. That's the gap. The significance explained simply is that important and how it will contribute to this knowledge and practice in your field. So you have a background, you have the gap, and you have the significance. It's a combined and research statement. It's a gap statement, a complete gap statement. Okay. Then following is this example of some of the research of some of the example. Okay. Why example of research gap when we limited understanding. Example is limited understanding of the underlying mechanism of the of a disease. For example, I give an example of a disease. If you're talking about a study of a disease, there's some of the example you can find out. You can find out that despite significant research on the particular disease, what you can do, there are maybe a lack of understanding of the underlying mechanism. So sometimes you want to find out what is the underlying mechanism that's missing in this particular topic you're looking into of the disease, the topic, or any topic you want to. Okay. For example, although much of research has been done in Alzheimer's disease, for example, the exact mechanism that lead to the disease are not yet fully understood. They know the disease, but Alzheimer's, but the understanding the exact mechanism, right? The purpose, the mechanism that lead to the disease are not yet fully understood. I'm giving an example that you can look for can search for the gap. Okay, the other one is another example is the inconsistencies here. Inconsistency in the findings of previous research. Or an example, or is it previous, not been done, not clear, inconsistent. That can be a gap that you can add in your study if you're looking at that particular area of field looking into. So when previous research on a particular topic produces an inconsistent finding, further research may be needed to clarify or resolve these inconsistencies. For example, previous research on the effectiveness of a particular treatment for a medical condition may have produced inconsistent findings, indicating a need for further research to determine the true effectiveness of the treatment. So these are some of the examples. Okay. Then talk about research in the existing technology. So an example of gap, research gap, referring to limited research in emerging technologies, can be also another issue they can do, right? New technologies. Okay, when we talk about new technology is emerging right now. I think people are looking a lot of technology now is emerging, creating limited research on their applications, benefits, potential drawbacks may exist, right? So these are some of the topic, some of the gaps. You can draw some of the gaps from there. For example, when then there's an increasing use of artificial intelligence, what happened, right? It's a various industries there is a need for further research on the ethical, legal, and social implication of AI. You can look into it also. So I'm just giving an example how people can look into some of the gaps. Yeah. Now, all right. There are some tools to assist your research gap. There are you can look at, there are thousands of new tools. There are so many articles, that thousands of new articles are published daily, every day. There are so many articles, and analyzing and up to date the literature can be very overwhelming. It's not easy. There are so many articles, especially from social sciences. I think we have so many articles. It's changing. It's a new things always. So it's not easy to know to read and look for all this information. It's overwhelming. So you should take advantage of this available technology, such as, you can look at the PubScroller, Padlet, Google Scholar, and PubMed. There's so many. So you can use all these tools to try to maximize, to look for your, and make it your advantage for the search for gap. Yeah. And then you always must be stay current on the data. Make sure that you know what you're doing. Look at social media, forums where scholars are new. There are new discovery coming up. Look at all this information like a Twitter, references. There's so many things available. So stay current with the social media so that you can know what is missing. Okay. And actually in the past, I have tried success using Google Scholar in the past, but we have other system also. And there are so many ways we can use, many tools we can use to look for research gap. Okay. Now, there are other tools to assist your research. For example, is most important thing is, I want to important upon your today is that you will struggle. Sometimes is even the too many tools, you also sometimes get demotivated. So the most important things, actually, normally I want to impress upon you is that I will struggle to innovate. I like to innovative and existing research topic, right? This is what I do most of the time. I always look at something new so that I can have some new ideas, that to know the existing literature well also. I always make sure that I'm always current, make sure something relevant and latest information. Okay. Now, that is why underlying identifying research gap starts with an extensive research review. It's not something that you can just looking at a few journals and just scan the gaps. No, you need to do a lot of extensive research review. So, but it always give yourself some boundaries also. Sometimes, even though you read a lot, there are always some boundaries, but you must read a lot of literature to find out that the gaps you're looking into to support your selected topic. So you don't need to read every paper. It's not necessarily you must read all the paper, all right? Because you might find out yourself thinking where you are. Maybe sometimes you think you're on the right track, but not really. But you need to read as many as possible so that you can look for the information, the gaps you're looking into. It occurs quite often. Sometimes it happens to me. Sometimes I'm always think that I'm doing the right things. Or I'm reading a lot of paper. Not necessarily, not really. Yeah. Sometimes it is you must read the right amount of journals, review a lot of journals so that you can look for the gaps that you're looking into. So don't give up. So last thing I would say here is don't give up. Keep on reading and you will find what you are looking for. So reading is play a major role. Reviewing the literature is also very important. Okay. Now, you still unclear? What is the research gap? Let me just recap. What is the research gap actually, right? A gap might be a lack of understanding about how well a particular instrument works in a certain situation. Particular instrument work in a certain situation. It could be introducing a new method that needs to be tested. Or it could be that you are studying a whole new organism, system, a part of a process. Say gap. No? So your project may also address multiple gaps sometimes. They do multiple gaps. So you should what? You need to identify everything clearly. So you know your topic, it's your subject matter. You must identify clearly, yeah? Identify everything clearly, okay? And also, continuation from the previous is still unclear in a class. So actually in a class, you might not always studying something, brand, something new, innovative. But in most cases, what happened, you should still try to come up with something unique about your project. So, however, whether it's a big or small, it can be a small. Talk to your professor most of the time. Talk to your senior. Talk to your professor about what they expect for your gap statement, right? If nothing seems to be works, then talk to them first. They really can help you, assist you to overcome this problem most of the time. Okay. Now, this is some of the example I gave. Unclear what is the research gap. Let's look at some of the example here below. Okay, this is something that I came out so that you can understand what's going on. Okay, so I give an example. I don't want to go through this because it's very clearly stated that. Right. Let's move on to the next slide. Now we talk about the fill the gap. Okay, fill the gap. What do you mean fill the gap? You can often find that first sentence of the last paragraph in your paper introduction will start somewhat like this, identifying the gap. So sometimes some phrases you can use that indicate your gap, right? Fill. You can use the words. Some phrases the gap. You can say that we therefore analyze. You can be talking about the gap, right? How you can start writing a gap. We therefore analyze. In this study, we investigated. Therefore, the goal of this study are, and this paper we report. So this is the way that you writing a proper way of writing a gap, right? Some phrases that you can use to indicate your gap clearly so that the reader can understand, oh, this is the gap. Hey. Right, so far, any question now? Let me finish my presentation first. Okay. Now, here, remember. Okay. Just give me a minute. Okay. 25. Okay. So remember always keep your voice professional when introducing a gap fill, yeah. Colloquial phrases such as we looked into or we checked if should be avoided. So let's examine this idea in the context by examining some of the example. Okay. We have put some examples so that you can understand some of idea how to write, avoiding some of the words you're not supposed to. Make sure it's professional. Avoid colloquial phrases, which is maybe the research people doesn't like it. So the gap statement are actually underlined. I've just put some of the things here. Okay. Okay, next slide is the example, some of the gap I italize in italics in this paper. I give a statement, okay, adapted from the following person, and I wrote some statement, and then I put a small in italics in this paper so that everybody can understand in this paper. Okay, we report investigation of so I italize that statement that fill the gap so that it is clearly written when you're writing a journal, yeah. Okay. Similarly, also another example of that adapted from the Zhang, Deuce, and also Walker. And I wrote the paper that see the purpose of this study. All right, I just make italics so that you can understand how to write a gap statement in your journal. Okay. Okay. Next, we go on to the fill the gap also example. I'll give a kind of example so that you all can understand how to write a gap. I don't want to read. I think everyone can read about this. Okay, and that's an exercise. Some of the exercise a gap statement, a gap statement. Okay. Gap statement. I give some example how to fill in this paper, example by example so that you can really understand what's going on, how to write a gap. And also similarly, I can share this slide. Okay, in conclusion, make it myself ending. I think we have not enough time. And also I got another meeting. So the gap remain to be done. It is not something that it is something to be done. It is not something that you can just get a gap and go off. It's a remain to be done or learn in areas of research. It is something continuous process, actually. It is in the knowledge of the scientists. In your study also, field of research. Every research project must, in some ways, okay, in some ways, what they do, they address the gap. No matter what, they address the gap. That is the attempt to fill some information missing in the scientific literature, or otherwise what they do. It is not novel research, and it is therefore not contributing to the overall goals of science. Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you for listening to my lecture, my short course on the filling the research gap. All right, I'll leave it to the moderator, Dr. Chiche, right?
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Asakan, for your presentations about research gap, formulating research gap for the publications. So I get more information about how to get the research gap, and I also have an experience to find that finding research gap is not easy actually. Yeah, like when I'm doing when I was doing.
It is overwhelming. Yeah, it's overwhelming when you look at a gap because sometimes we don't understand actually whether this is really a gap or not, right? Because
Yes,
to us, we
yes,
think it's a
actually.
gap, but some people don't trust it's a gap. People think it's not a gap. So it's sometimes subject for argument, subject for, discussion, but, as you follow the rules and regulation, literature, refer to the literature, look at the trends, look at the recommendation. There's many ways. There's no one rules. There are many ways. So read a lot. Okay.
Exactly. Okay. Thank you so much. So we are moving to the question and answer today. And then there's a rules that for the research for question and answer, please raise hands for all of the participants that really wants to.
There's someone was asking when I'm presenting, interrupted. I don't know who's that. Questions.
Questions, yeah, please write, and then yeah, and after that we will have one first session for question and answer for 3 questions, and then after that we will have an answer from Dr. Asoka. So please, for the participants, you can raise hands if you have questions related with research gap.
If they don't have a question, they can even send to my email also. Maybe can someone put my email on the chat box? Maybe they can ask me. I can reply because I have another meeting going on. So
okay, thank you so much for your kindness, Dr. Asokan.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot. They can. I can share my. You can share my email so they can ask questions. Sometime I can answer them via email.
Yeah, we also will share the PowerPoint as well at the end of the sessions. Yeah, after the end of the sessions, we will share all of the information related with PowerPoint and then the recording, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Oh yeah, and we are available on YouTube as well. And yeah, questions and answer. Question, please.
Please share the PowerPoint. I think using an email address will be good. Okay, ask me my email address. Okay, very good.
Oh,
I think the organizer
okay. Yeah. One question from Paysun.
Okay.
As can we say that research gap are quite subjective since everyone's perspective is quite diverse?
Exactly. You're right. Actually, I won't say don't use the word subjective, because everybody look things because it's all based on a topic selection of the topic. It varies. Some topic as a trend. Some topics where you can find the gaps. Say earlier I mentioned that you can find in your recommendation the direction of this future study you can find, but we don't use the word subjective. There are gaps. Otherwise, why are you doing the research? Right? That you're doing a research, you're doing this particular topic. There's something's missing to fill up because we are not solving problems here. We are doing a quantitative, and qualitative normally is solving problems. Quantitative, you're filling the gap. So there's something missing there. So it is not subjective, but there are gaps there, but you're not very unclear how to get the gaps. So the main thing is that the journals, you need to read a lot of publication, new trends that are moving in the society. Say, for example, if you're doing something, it's not innovative topic, but if not innovative topic, something is not that attractive. A problem is maybe it's difficult to find the gap. But if it is a new topic, something trend, moving, something's like, for example, I give an AI. AI something is now emerging, it's very vibrant. People are using AI very often, but the issue is ethicality of using AI. So there's something's missing. Something you want to find out why people use unethically AI. So you can find the gap. How you read more journals, more resources, look into it and find out how you can, how to look for the journals. So reading is very important. Although it's overwhelming, so a lot of thousands of journals about AI available. I'm just giving an example, yeah. But It is not easy, but still you can find. But you cannot say it's subjective, but I also can see the other way. When I publish a lot of papers, people asking there's no gap. But I thought there's a gap is a gap. But for the reviewer point of view, there's not a gap. So we come back and review and look at some other journal to support your argument. So I wouldn't say subjective, but it is just, because we are unclear what the gap is all about. That's why. So I say it's a missing link.
Okay, thank you. So I think previously you already explained that one way there is an alternative way to find, like using meta-analysis, using maybe bibliometric, using a systematic
literature. There are many methods. Yes.
Yeah, that will be helpful to find the research gap.
Okay. Roger got one question. Sorry, Roger. Mr. Roger got one question. It is not how many paper journals, but sometimes you're looking at maybe 20, 30, maybe 15, maybe you get a gap from that journal. Maybe you choose a right journal, right article to find out. Maybe if you're not find the right article, you keep on reading more article to find the gaps. Maybe you're not happy. You feel that it's not really really fulfill your needs, right? So it depends. It depends selecting the right journal, the quality journal. Say, for example, Emerald, you're talking about just Elsevier. There are so many sites. There are some journals are very good in highlighting the specific gaps inside that. So it's easy. So it depends. If you're looking all the research gaps, some of the, maybe, I'm not going to compare anything, but the more you read is better for. Sometimes you read 10, 15, you find the gap. Sometimes you don't. So you read more. Right? I hope I answer your questions.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Asokan. There is a question from Dewi Purnamasari. She asked about, should we have to state the research gap in our study?
Yes. Your study means your project paper. Yes, I think you must write a project problem statement and gap. When you're writing a project paper, I'm sure you have 5 chapters. In under my supervision, you have a research problem. You also must have a research gap. People say research gap and problems that vice versa, but problem is a problem statement of the research. Gap also persists. You must write a gap. We call research gap. But in chapter 2, we call literature gap. So you need to specifically must differentiate between.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. And then the next question from Faiz Sufrikan from Brunei. Yeah, I was wondering how long should we spend to find a research gap? I am 7 months into my PhD and still can't find a topic.
Oh my God. Okay. So you need to know the problem. Why you do the topic first of all? So I'm asking, what's the problem with the topic? If you know problem, the topic, don't choose the topic. Then you got a lot of redundancy of completing a topic. So you must know when you're choosing a topic, you must know what's the problem, what's the issue. You find the issue, then you find the problems. So sometimes people takes long. I know sometimes because I'm having 20 students under me PhD. They always have problem. I ask what's the problem? Why you choose the topic? If there's no problem, do not use the topic. There's no innovativeness. No, you know something new you want to explore? No. If there's some problem persists, you want to fill the gap, then you choose a topic. Then you know, before choosing a topic, find what's the trend, what's the problem.
Okay. Okay, maybe Faiz Sufrikan wants to open mic or share the information about the topic. Faiz, would you mind to open mic?
Okay.
Yeah, sure. You can share.
All right. I started my PhD wanting to research AI, biometrics, and 5G. But I've been reading a lot of articles, and every time I find a research gap, it seems to already be solved. So I have to keep on finding again and again. Yeah.
Then you need to change your topic, right, Mr. Faiz, right? I think you need to change your topic. Right? I mean, as a supervisor and having 20 students under me, my DBA and PhD, when I say no problem, we will solve, you're having some redundancy to further, right?
Yes.
Correct, Mr. Safi. So if you have a redundancy, what's your supervisor say? See, I cannot give you from your supervisor point of view, it is unfair. But your supervisor, I think, is the right person to guide you. Okay, if you don't find the problem, what's the point of doing the topic? People can solve the problem. What is not being solved, how we can solve? Because we cannot solve the problem, I'll fill the gap, right? Normally,
Yes, sir.
when qualitative, we solve the problem, try to solve the problem. When it comes to quantitative, we fill the gaps. Correct or not, Mr. Faiz? Right?
Yes, sir.
So your supervisor is the right person to answer these questions. So me, I'll say, my student, please look for another topic. There's some problem persists there. Try to fill the gap. Find out. Otherwise, you have a lot of problem of looking for the gap and the problem statement. It's redundancy. I put in a simple way, it's redundancy. Okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mr. I think a supervisor is the best person to give comment. I am sorry to say that.
Okay. Faiz, don't worry, but please never give up. Just discuss with your supervisor, because all of the PhD students will find the similar things actually. Yeah, like when I did my dissertations, after analyze the data, I just found that the other researchers also doing the same things with me. So I have to find another things, creating a new research questions to make something different with him. Okay, so that's the challenging thing. So please don't give up and keep discuss with your supervisor. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much participation. So we have Joseph for raising his hands. For Joseph, please open mic, please. Joseph Emil.
Thank you, Prof, for sharing that
this is
wonderful
Joseph.
idea.
Okay.
My name is Joseph. I'm from the Philippines.
Hey, Joseph. Hey, how are you?
I have a question for you, Prof.
Please ask me. I'm trying my best to answer your questions. Okay. I try to answer my best. My level best. Okay.
Is it possible to establish a research gap based only on the observation of the researcher? Because there are unique scenarios that cannot be found in different literatures.
The breaking. Yeah. Are you doing a qualitative or quantitative study?
I had an experience with
No, I'm asking a question. David, Joseph, are you doing a qualitative or quantitative study?
Right now I am doing quantitative study.
Quantitative. So if you say observation normally, why are you doing observation for quantitative study? Because normally observations go on qualitative study, but gap can be fine. But are you? My question is whether qualitative or quantitative. Why you need a observation for quantitative? How you justify? How you justify that?
Yeah, that's why I am asking if it's possible to have only based on observation. Because based on my experience, it's not enough to have only observation.
Correct.
It should back up with literature. So some of my students are actually asking if it's possible to base only on observation. And
no,
I
actually,
think you are the right person.
Because I'm just wondering, because it's observation, normally we go for qualitative study, right? We observe and we write the thing and so on. We're trying to solve the problem. But when it comes to quantitative study, observation is, I think, is very insignificant, because we take the previous data, we try to support there's a gap, some links and so on and so forth. So it's kind of like a little bit of difficult for me to say yes and no, but I'm not advisable.
Okay. So, but it can be done if we are doing a qualitative study.
Quantitative study, I don't recommend. But that is no. Okay, again, it depends again with your supervisor who say, because if you can justify, with the data, the resources, shouldn't be a problem. Joseph.
Okay, Prof. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Joseph, for the questions. So, okay, we are moving to the next questions then. So hopefully, we are still having two questions from Orunborn. Distinguished scholars, I'm Orunborn from Lagos State University. Is stating research compulsory in article writing, and can article be rejected because of the research gap? Yeah.
Okay, my question.
Dr. Asakar.
My question is very simple. Don't know I'm publishing also journals. I also got comment from some of the people. I see where's a problem, where's a gap. So when you're writing a journal, introduction, and then a background start, introduction, literature review, methods, and so on, right? In the journal, the last part of ending to the literature, you need to write the gaps, the problems there, because normally gaps and problems, vice versa, they say is a problem statement. You need to write the problem. They ask the purpose of study is blah, 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 and so on. And I gave an example early in the slides, right? You need how to write that statements. It is very important. It can be subject for rejection. So what's the newness? Because we're talking about something new, novel. So you need to highlight in your introduction part of your journal writing, your article writing. You got it. So it's very vital. As a reviewer, also I'm a reviewer for the E and some of the journals, so I don't want to say. So we also ask this, okay, what's the problem actually? So you introduce that in your introduction part of your writing article. You must.
Yes, exactly. Thank you so much, Dr. Asalkan. So that's the point of view, not only for the researcher, but also the point of view for the...
Right. I'm running out of time now.
Another meeting. No, 5 minutes for questions and answer.
Okay.
Yeah. We are still having one questions here from Lydia Suarez from Timor-Leste. Thank you so much, Dr. Asalkan. The last question.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Hello, Dr. Asalkan. How are you?
I'm good. I know you shouted at me at the beginning before I start. Okay, how are you?
I'm also fine. Is there any compulsion for a researcher to follow the research method? If he follows only one research method in all his papers, is it valid or not?
Okay, now, Zahib, very simple. You say one research method for all. I didn't get. Can you phrase it for me, please? What do you mean one method?
Sir, my question is that is there any compulsion for a researcher to follow the three of the research methods, or he has the option to publish his paper in any of the research method by using any of the research method?
It depends on you what you're looking for. Use objective study. You can give different methods. So if people use a mixed method, people use qualitative method, people use quantitative method. So what method you want to do? It depends on your aim of your study, objective study. So hey, I think you use your journal. I think you use mostly just a review journal, right? Mostly, right?
Yes.
I see some of things you without any evidence, not empirical, just a conceptual paper. Am I right?
Yes,
so is there any
exactly.
method, specific method you? All right. Did you use any specific method to you justify a conceptual? It's a conceptual paper, right?
Okay.
Method of conceptual.
Yes.
All right. So when you come in with a quantitative data analysis, empirical study, then you have a quantitative, you collect data, you analyze, you interpret, right? This is more on quantitative, right?
Okay.
And then when you're using a qualitative observation focus group, you're using a qualitative method. But sometimes people use mixed method. It depends on the aim of your study.
Okay. Sure, sir. Thank you.
As myself and Zohaib, we're reading a lot of papers, publication together. So thank you, Zohaib.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Asalkan. So I think we are coming to the end of the sessions. There are so many questions came out, and you are answering all of them. And thank you so much for all our participants as well. And then that's a great presentations and discussion from Dr. Asalkan, and we are hopefully that discussion will bring a significant impact to the quality and also the quantity of our research. So
can we take a picture on this?
Oh yeah, sure. Okay, so take a picture. Yeah,
because
1, 2, 3. Yep. And then 1, 2, 3. We are also having a picture. So all of the participants, ladies and gentlemen, please give applause to Dr. Asalkan. Thank you so much for all of the participants and Dr. Asalkan. Thank you so much. And we will have a break for roughly around 5 minutes before moving to the next questions, the next sessions, I think. So thank you so much for Dr. Asalkan.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Okay, bye-bye.
Assalamualaikum
Thank you.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good
Waalaikumsalam
afternoon, guys.
warahmatullahi
Thanks.
wabarakatuh.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. And for the
Thank you, sir.
information, next session will be moderated by my colleague, Miss Dian Islami.
So, can you share them for the next presentation?
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, welcome to the UB Short Course Programs, Pathways of Publications, equipping scholars with essential writing and publishing skills, and we are on the second sessions of the course. And then first of all, I would like to say thank you for Dr. Aksokan and also Dr. Caci for leading a good and also insightful session in the first session of the course. And we are coming to the second sessions. And I would like to mention the Honorable Rector of UB, Professor Widodo, PhD, the Honorable Director of International Office, Dr. Didi Hartono, and also the Honorable General Manager of Elsevier Singapore, Mr. Omar Malik. And also in these occasions, I would like to also mention our honorable keynote speaker for today, Dr. Elmer A. Irene, from Associate Professor from the College of Education's Director for International Affairs, Samar State University, Philippines. And in the sessions, my name is Dian Islami and I am the moderator for the sessions. And then in the second sessions, we will have a topic entitled Composing Unattractive Yet Relevant Titles, Abstract and Keywords. Before we start the session, I would like to invite Dr. Elmer. Are you here already?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, it
Good
is
afternoon,
nice to,
everyone. Yeah.
yes, good afternoon. It is nice to have you in our sessions. Greeting from Indonesia. And then before we start the sessions, I would like to introduce Dr. Elmer. I will read the short CV of him. So Dr. Elmer A. Irene is the Associate Professor from the College of Education and also Director for International Affairs in Samar State University, Philippines. And then for the educational backgrounds, he has graduated from the Doctor of Education, Marine Science Education in Cebu Normal University, and also get the diploma in science teachings in the chemistry and University of the Philippines, and also got the teacher trainings in chemistry educations in Japan, Yamagata University. And then for the recent publications, so it is actually related to his expertises. So the recent publication in 2023, water quality assessment of Antayo River in Samar, Philippines, and also he published the physicochemicals and microbiological attributes of dried anchovies in the formations of histamine along the supply chain. And also the recent publication in 2023 about the evaluation of teacher education's curricula and its relevance to licensure examination using contact, input, process, and product CIPP model. Okay, so after this, we will start directly with the presentation sessions of Dr. Elmer, and I would like also to inform that after the presentation, we will also open for the discussion of the participants, so please prepare for your questions, and the discussions will be with the time allocation, 15 minutes, including approximately 3 questions. It can be add more. And then for the questions, you will be allowed, for the participants, will be allowed to raise hand or drop the question in the chat box. So Dr. Elmer, are you ready to start the presentations? So actually the topic is really interesting. It's about the composing unattractive yet relevant titles, abstract and also keyword. As we know exactly that titles, abstract and keyword is 3 crucial things in publication to grab the attentions of the readers. And also it will reflect the content of the manuscripts and makes people will curious and also read further about our publication. Am I right, Dr. Elmer?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, okay.
So allow me to share my screen.
Yes,
Okay.
sure. You can start the
All right.
presentations.
Hello, everyone. Can you now see my screen? Is my audio okay?
Yes,
Yes.
everything is good.
All right. Okay. All right. Greetings from Samar State University. And thank you for the generous introduction. And thank you for inviting me as one of the resource speakers in the Universitas Brawijaya short online course. It's my pleasure. It's an honor to be invited. And we just received a memorandum of understanding, and then we just established a new partnership with your university. So I'm at your service. It seems listening from the previous presentation and sharing and discussion that I have an audience of also already experts in the field. I thought that I'll be talking to undergraduate students, but I'll try to do my best to share, because this is what it's all about, right? The idea of doing research is a collaborative process. So I was given a task to present or to share information about crafting impactful research. All right, so that's the first slide that I have here. But before we dive into the content, allow me to present or to introduce first our university. Okay, there. So it's my duty. I'm duty bound to always present our university. And so the highlight of my presentation is I will start from there, introducing our university, and then I dive into the content. I'll start with the importance of title, abstract, and keywords. And at this point, I list the different sources because mine was just a compilation of all those shared information from the internet and from these articles I read regarding how to craft title of your research. So the third bullet is about the title. Then after the title, I'll proceed with the abstract and then keywords and finally some takeaways. Okay. So, right. So we'll cover the university, how to get to our university if you're traveling from Surabaya or from your university, you ride a plane to Manila, the capital of the Philippines. But to reach our island, our university is located in the Summer Island. So you will take a flight coming from Manila or going to Tacloban. Or you can either take Cebu. Cebu is another island from Indonesia going there to Cebu, then Cebu to Tacloban. Tacloban is the nearest airport. And then from Tacloban, you have to take a van. But for our partners like the Brawijaya counterparts, if you will be visiting our university, don't worry, we will catch you there from Tacloban. We'll take a van going to Catbalogan. Our university is located in Summer Island. So this is the map of the Philippines. And the provincial capital is Catbalogan City, where two campuses, our main campus and Mercedes campus are located. Another campus is located about 56 kilometers from Catbalogan, and another one from in Basay campus, which is 125 kilometers. Well, Summer Island is third largest island after Luzon in Manila and Mindanao. So the third largest island in the Philippines is Samar, and we are located in the central part of the Philippines, in the eastern region, in the Visayas. So SSU numbers, we are established in 1912. We have very small population, about 8,153. Faculty and staff, also 559, and we offered only three so far, three doctoral programs. We have 20 masters, and we have about 59 undergraduate programs. We have more than 45 partner institutions, and we have one twinning program. Our university is considered to be level 3 smart university based on our own Commission on Higher Education in the Philippines. So as a level 3 university, we are into the use of emerging technologies, and we process, we collect and stores complex and large amount of data. Also, we use emerging technologies, not just in school, but in everyday life. So as mentioned, we have about 82 multidisciplinary programs in all 9 colleges or faculties. We have the grad school, the College of Education where I belong, the College of Engineering. We have also the Nursing and Health Sciences, the College of Arts and Sciences, the Industrial Technology, and three external campuses, Mercedes, Paranas, and Basay. So that's the profile of our university. And all the students are all grantees of the Republic Act. In the Philippines, as our students are not paying tuition because of the RA 10931 or Universal Access to Quality Tertiary Education. All campuses being combined, we have about a total of 58 hectares. And we follow a vision saying transformative university committed to technology, innovation, and service excellence. And the mantra that we follow also is we innovative where we serve. We have about 10 research and innovation centers. I am presenting also this one, so you have an idea where I'm coming from or what's the context if ever we'll be talking about research collaboration in the future. We have for culture and social issues, we have one research there. We have a Center for Fisheries and Aquatic Resources. We have Environment Sustainability. We have also a Center for Engineering. We have Center for GIS and Data Analytics, Good Governance, Lifelong Learning, and about Alliance and Marine. It's about the startups, incubations, right? So there. And I think the recent development in our university is the establishment of the Summer Island Institute of Medicine, and this is what we are bragging in the island of Samar because this is the first school of medicine in the public university. And one good thing with this establishment of Summer Island Institute is because the classroom in the curriculum here is the classroom is the community because students are going to spend about 30% of their time outside the campus. So in the community, they will be serving the people there, and thus the community will be their laboratory as well. That's why they have my classroom, my community, and my responsibility. I'd like to present also some hallmarks of excellence. Our university is PQA level 2, PQA similar to US Malcolm Aldred's framework. It's the first in the Visayas and Mindanao in the Philippines. Also, we are top 50 fourth industrial revolution in 2022. Under fourth industrial revolution, top ranked number 1, our university in Lori 2022. And in the following year, last year, we'd still get the rank 1. So, and still in the same criteria under fourth industrial revolution. And this year, with 13 categories now, what I have heard was all the entries for all those 13 categories were already shortlisted. So we're now waiting for the result. Also, we are accused QS stars, 3 stars, rated for excellence in 2023. We just submitted our PG Impact rankings last year and also waiting for that. And we just had the result of the UI Green Matrix, and that we are 6th in the Philippines and 476 in the world. That's our university. Now, for the task assigned to me, crafting an impactful title. What's my title? Actually, the title given to me is how to write an attractive yet relevant. But what I did is I changed quite the title to an impactful, because according to Merriam-Webster, impactful means having a forceful impact. Well, is my audio okay? Please tell me if, because I
Yes,
can only
sir.
see my.
Yes, we can hear you
Yes, sir.
clearly.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank
yes.
you. Sorry, because I had this experience before that I've been talking and for almost 30 minutes and there was no one already because I was out or disconnected. So I made use of the word impactful because it's having a forceful impact. It will produce a marked impression, right? And also according to Grolier, that's this one, Cambridge Dictionary, having a powerful effect on a situation or person. Okay, so with the title, if you can make an impactful title, so it will really have a marked impression. So I created a title, and now my title is also, my topic is how to write an impactful title, because a title is gateway to your research, according to Bob Dicar. What is the importance of an impactful title? Well, we know that when we write our, or when we completed our research or our study. So it's not good that we allow it to, to just collect dust on the shelf, or just not being seen or being read by, so we can share our information. Therefore, we need it to disseminate, and therefore it should be published. However, most of those who are looking for studies, literatures, are only stuck on the title, right? So it's the window of the article. If you can create an impactful title, then it will encourage them to read your content. So it's really important that your title should give them the idea that that's the study they are looking for, right? So Nayak and Kaushal said it's the window of the article. And that's why you need a good title. Majority of the papers are read by title alone, only from the title, meaning they did not proceed to continue with the abstract or content further. Majority, okay? And our idea here is if people will read your title and eventually looking into the keyword, searching for it, and there are many who will be reading your papers, it will lead to citations and building your reputation. I think that's the idea here. So how can we build our reputation in the field? So what's the functions of the title? The titles, as mentioned, are used extensively by indexing and abstracting services, and it attracts readers to read the article, and it contributes to deciding the keywords. The elements of an effective title, as I have mentioned, is it must be clear, and it will give the reader the idea that that's the article they are looking. So it should be clear and should avoid ambiguous statements. We want to be engaging. Creativity and engagement is another. And of course, the relevance to the content. And as I've said, our goal is for people looking for literature will cite your paper, and they will open the content of your paper. They will read your paper because research is incomplete unless published, according to Chima and Ebran. So what are the techniques for brainstorming titles? Again, all you have to do is, well, search the literature and read papers regarding how to write an article. So this is what I have compiled. So it can be shortened, okay? Or you can add more to that. Again, the word clearly state the topic, the key terms, be specific, highlight the contribution. These are the things that you need to consider in brainstorming for title. As a question, or you can even search in advance. You can try coming up with certain keywords and try to input that, and if it will result to more specific articles, then you have a good made use of a good keyword. So these are the things that you need to do. Or you can use numbers when appropriate, avoid jargon. What I did now is so that you can easily remember, I came up with an acronym clear. Actually, you can also use AI here, or you can use articles published regarding that. So the clear article is, or could be your guide. So when you are brainstorming, thinking about title, just think of clear. One, letter C means clearly describe the focus and scope. So think about what's my focus, what's the scope. Also, the second to consider is the L, the length. It should guide you if you're already using more than or a lot of words already in your title, because if you will read and there are a lot of literatures that said that readers will not or don't like reading lengthy titles. The shorter the better. But sometimes short is not also good because it doesn't give you the reader what they are also looking into. So it should, according to some literature which I read, about 10 to 12 words. Other literature said 10 to 15. Okay, so there is a limit to the number of words. Letter E is engaging, A for accurate, and R for relevant. Again, remember clear, right? Another is, as suggested by Tolyo, the word spiced. So if you are coming up with a title or crafting your title, think of spiced. Okay, think of spiced. And S stands for sitting, P population, I for intervention, C condition, E endpoint, and D design. An example that I gave here is example effectiveness of school-based intervention program introducing childhood obesity rates, a randomized controlled trial in urban elementary school. So what's the setting? Urban elementary school. What's the population? Perhaps all the elementary students in that school, the population. What's the intervention? Intervention could be to reduce the obesity rates. So therefore, the condition is obesity. Okay, and the endpoint, endpoint is to reduce. The intervention is they came up with a program, a school-based, intervention program. The endpoint is to reduce. The intervention is a school-based intervention program. And the design is a randomized controlled trial. Okay, so think about spiced when you come up with your title. If you can put all those elements there in your title, then according to Tolyo, you have a good title. Okay, so what are the parts of the title? There should be a main subject or topic. Another is the scope or specifics, and an optional here is if you want to include also the methodology. Again, an example here is the effects of climate change, which is the main subject or topic. On specifics is on coral reef ecosystems, and then colon, a longitudinal study, which is a methodology. So the full title runs the effects of climate change on coral reef ecosystems, a longitudinal study. These are the types of titles according to Vadikar in 2016. You can use descriptive title or declarative or an interrogative one. So an indicative or descriptive title, this is a type of title that indicates the subject matter of an article but doesn't include the result yet. But if you want to include in your title the result, then that's already informative or declarative. Well, you can also come up with a title that is in a form of a question. That's an interrogative title. An example here is effectiveness of belladonna in preventing Japanese encephalitis virus infection in chorioallantoic membrane. So no result yet, right? Now, if you want to have the result stated in your title, belladonna prevents Japanese encephalitis virus infection in chorioallantoic membrane. The keyword prevent. Okay, so that's the result. Perhaps the study made use, or this is an experiment, and that they came up with the result. Or you can state that in question form: can belladonna prevent encephalitis virus infection in chorioallantoic membrane? Okay, but according to some authority in crafting a title, later, as I still have to present first another types of title according to construct. Nominal title like off-label drug use in neonatal intensive care unit, while you can have a compound with a hanging subtitle, usually separated by a colon. So that's under compound. So according to construct, you can include in the colon the methodology, like in the first example, small to moderate decreases in cold hypersensitivity up to 3 years after severe hand injuries, colon, a prospective cohort study. Or you can also add the location where the study was conducted, like in the next example, human leukocyte antigen diversity, colon, a South African perspective. Or the temporal, like pelvic muscle training for female stress, urinary incontinence, colon, 5 years outcomes. So if you have a full title, it will be like this. Serum vitamin D is significantly inversely associated with disease severity in Caucasian adults with obstructive sleep apnea syndrome. Now note that compound titles correlate with higher number of citations over the other types of title, according to Hartley, Cabanak, and Jacques Severe. So better to use compound title if you're after with higher number of citations. Perhaps you can argue or you can challenge this result that according to this authority, Hartley and Cabanak and Jacques Severe, compound titles will give you higher number of citations. The PowerPoint, the presentation made by Gasmaya in 2020 on crafting title for research paper, he presented some facts about what would be the best type of title. For example, about question type titles. Articles with question type titles are downloaded more, but cited less compared to articles with descriptive or declarative titles. Okay? Or declarative titles are both downloaded and cited less than descriptive titles. Okay, that's what Gasmalia presented as facts in here based on meta-analysis, I guess, and study conducted by Jamali 2011. So what to avoid in a title? First, too lengthy, as mentioned. It should have a certain number of words or length. Also avoid too short because it may not give accurate or exact information that the reader is looking into. Avoid words or phrases that do not help the reader understand the purpose of your paper. And avoid using humorous or clever journalistic styles or phrasing with creating the title to your paper. It doesn't help. Okay. Titles do not have to adhere to rigid grammatical or stylistic standards. Avoid using abbreviations and too many technical terms. So what's the process when crafting? When you start writing now the result and for purposes of publication is you're working on a working title. It's a title that was developed early in the research process. But as you are working, as you completed or as you gathered the information and analyzed the data, there's a tendency, there's a possibility that the working title you started working on will be revised because the result doesn't jive anymore with your title that you have. So you have to revise the title, and finally you have the final title, which is now based on the result. Okay, so starting on with working title, and then you keep revising the title, adjusting that to the result of your study. So final title is the one we are talking here, right? Okay. Titles in research articles. There was a published article by Jiang and Highland in recent, yeah, 2023 only. So he said, or they found out that article titles have been getting longer in all disciplines over the past 20 years. So this time with 11 to 15 words now being the most common length. Okay. And there are some differences between journal guidelines on titles and the actuality of the articles that the journal publishes. Actually, we usually follow from the author guidelines, or some journals will prescribe what should be the kind of title that you should submit. Okay, but according to their findings, there are guidelines maybe, but these are not followed, no, when the articles are published. And third bullet, whilst most titles are indicative, okay, there's a notable increase in interrogative articles. Like in the previous slide that I have presented, Jamali in 2011, but this is the latest in 2023. Interrogative is now getting interest. Increase in interrogative articles, presenting the topics of question perhaps to engage readers. And compound titles are still, like I have mentioned earlier, compound titles are also increasing somewhat, especially in the softer sciences, perhaps to differentiate themselves from other papers and similar topics. Those are the key highlights of the article published by Jiang and Hailing in 2023. So I use AI as AI. What are those highly cited titles? I will just look for those titles and with this high number of citations they have. So considering that it's based on the title, that's why they have gathered those citations. But of course, it can still be challenged, or can be argued that it's not just the title, but it's the topic or the content, right? Like in the field of biology or medicine, molecular structure of nucleic acids, a structure for deoxyribose nucleic acid. Well, this is a breakthrough, I know, by James Watson and Francis, and therefore a lot of people are interested knowing what's the structure, what's this discovery all about. So maybe I can say it's not just the title, okay, but it's the topic that is of interest. Another one, the example is the hallmarks of cancer. Okay, just the word cancer by Douglas Annan and Robert Weinberg. In the field of physics, Bell's theorem, quantum mechanics, and conceptions of the universe. But at this point also, you will notice that in terms of the structure, nominal, compound, interrogative, look at the compound title here, molecular structure, colon. So that's a compound title. Maybe this is a nominal title. Also another nominal, another compound. Okay, so you can have a compound or nominal, but so far, according to AI, no interrogative title yet, with list of highly cited titles, and that's AI. You can again argue with this one. So I am just presenting here the result of the AI's list of highly cited titles. In the field of chemistry, also in computer science, in economics, right? So a mix of nominal and compound titles. And now we go to the abstract. I know I'm given 1 hour to discuss, but I am just making it, I don't know if I'm already past with you, but maybe we can have more time during the Q&A. Or you can also share what you have there, because I know my audience in this Zoom room are also experts. So I will proceed to the abstract. There's a lot of information already about crafting a good title. Now, as to the abstract, make sure that you have a concise summary with impact. Now, let's remember the acronym BOOM-RC, maybe BAM or whatever. Okay, because it stands for background and context for letter B. Objective, and O for objective, M for methods, R for results, and C for conclusion. These are the elements of the abstract. You must provide the background and the context of your study. What is the objective should be also included in your abstract. And the result, of course, don't forget the result and the conclusion. So an example that I have here using the acronym BOMRC. Example, in terms of the background and context, in recent years, urban air quality has become a significant concern due to its impact on public health and the environment. Monitoring and managing air quality requires accurate and real-time data. So it's the background of your study. And then the next sentence or this paragraph, in some journals, the abstract is arranged like this. There are other journals that you just have to come up with a one paragraph abstract. So you can put it all there. Okay. So the objective, don't forget the bump RC. The objective of the study was to develop a low-cost portable air quality monitoring system that provides a real-time data for particulate matter and other pollutants in urban areas. So after the background, the next is the objective. Now that you have presented the background and the objective of the study, proceed to the method. Okay, and again, there is a guideline in the use of third person, first person pronoun, like we, first, you know. So, but in this example, you can see that it's we, you know. We designed and built a prototype monitoring system using the off-shelf sensors and microcontrollers. But what is important is that information talks about what did you do with your research. So they came up with a system and they deployed the system in 3 locations across a major city for a period of 3 months. Okay. Data were collected, carbon monoxide and levels. The data were then analyzed, and then here is the result. The monitoring system showed a strong correlation with established monitoring stations for PM2.5. This one R equals 0.89, very high correlation. However, the results for carbon monoxide and nitrogen dioxide were less consistent, suggesting potential sensor limitations. So in the conclusion, you are not through with the result. The conclusion, the study demonstrates that a low-cost portable air quality monitoring system can provide reliable real-time data, offering a cost-effective solution for urban air quality monitoring. Well, sometimes you add, and then the last sentence, a recommendation, like further research is needed to improve sensor accuracy for other pollutants. So remember BUMP RC. Now that's how you craft an abstract using BUMP RC. Next is also remember that when you are writing an abstract, you are writing an abstract to extract and summarize. Like abstract, absolutely, no? Straightforward, actual data presentation. Easy to remember, right? Abstract stands for absolutely, straightforward, actual data presentation with all just those keywords or highlights. And when you are writing your abstract, just think of straightforward, actual data presentation interpretation. So you're along following the right track in writing the title and abstract. And what to avoid in writing? Of course, if there is also information on avoiding crafting title, there's also what to avoid in writing an abstract. The acronym, so you can still remember, is GVPRED. GVPRED. Okay, here is an image from a movie Forrest Gump, and he's being chased by a dog, and Forrest Gump is avoiding the dog, so like that one. GVPRED is an acronym. J stands for jargon, Avoid jargon. Avoid vague statements. Avoid filler words or redundancies. Avoid results or conclusions that are not included, that are not part of your study or was not the result of your study, okay, or missing. Or sorry, if you did not include your result or conclusion missing, so don't do that. Okay, so that's one thing you have to avoid, not to miss the result or conclusion in the abstract. And when you're writing an abstract, make sure, is my result there already, or is the conclusion there? Avoid exceeding the word limit and avoid the different style or tone of the paper. And different style or tone of the paper. GB Fred, sorry, GB Fred. Okay, we proceed now to keywords. Keywords, another for you to easily remember is the word discover. All right, GB Fred, avoiding abstract, and then Bomb RC in crafting your abstract. In crafting your keywords, discover. Well, that's basically the main intention why you have included a keyword, so that your paper should be discovered. So how can you unlock discoverability? And these are the ideas from the word discover. First, think of who are your audience. Okay, so define your audience there. The audience is your target audience and their level of expertise. Like right now, I first acknowledge that my audience are also experts, and the language or the level that they are into or their interest. So if you can connect with them, okay, if you understand them, then you can give okay, because there are certain keywords that they are really are interested. Okay, so you have to learn that one, and that's why it's the first one. Define your audience, and when you are publishing your paper and that you are using the right keywords, it's your audience that are interested, then chances are you can easily be cited. Okay, identify key concepts. Determine the main concepts and themes in your article. So think of what are the themes, and that this is the meat or the content, the main content of your paper, and that you want the people, the researchers to read it. Okay, so you put it there. I mean, so that you can be traced, you can be discovered. Then what do you want to share with them? So put it there. It's the key concepts or the themes of your study. Should be specific, S for specific and relevant. Again, the importance of specific and relevant terms that are closely related to your topic. Letter C stands for variations and synonyms. You can include variations, synonyms, and alternative spellings. Meaning, if we are talking about search engine, okay, because AI will just do that. So if you can include other synonyms, okay, and that synonym can lead them to your paper, that's good. Okay. O stands for observe related research. Look at related articles and note the keywords they use. You can also even try, okay, put it in the keyword search, and if you can gather information out of that keyword, then you are using a good keyword. Verify journal guidelines. So this is also important, of course, because every journal has its guideline. Okay, and in fact, they have already prepared list of keywords. All you have to do is choose. Okay, because they know by algorithm, they know what are those most searched topics or keywords. So do not go far from those given or list of keywords given by the journal. I think it's in the beginning, even in the stage of submitting your journal, you are already asked keywords, and when you key in those keywords, there already have list of keywords which you can just choose, right? So journals will provide them for you, right? Explore keyword tools, and that's another one, and revise and refine. So review and adjust your keywords for accuracy and relevance. Now, sometimes you can come up with a lot of keywords, then you have to, but because there is a journal guideline that you have to limit it to 6 or 5 only.
Waalaikumsalam, Bapak. Izin sudah
Okay.
longgar, Pak ya?
Hello. Oh
Iya,
yeah.
oke. Begini.
I'm so sorry.
Oh yeah. Is the
Okay,
time
you
now,
can
or?
start again, Dr.
Sorry.
Elmel.
Okay.
I'm so
Listen,
sorry for the
I
inconvenience.
thought I'm being cautioned. I mean, I thought I maybe have exceeded my time. So please
No,
tell me.
no, you still
But
have
I'm almost there. I'm
some.
almost.
Sure,
Okay.
you can finish the
So
presentations.
all right. So I have here some examples in what is this now? The discover from the discover to acronym. You can follow with this one. By the way, I'll be sharing this PowerPoint as requested in the previous presentation. And I can share this. So if I may run out of time, I can. But again, please cite the authority, because I'm saying these are not mine, and then sometimes I missed citing the reference here. So this is just for sharing. So from the discover, if your articles about new cancer treatment, consider the audience of oncologists. So you have to define what terms would they use when searching for new treatment. So in letter I, identify key concepts. For example, article on environmental impact. So what are the key concepts? You can think of plastic pollution, marine debris, and recycling. Specific and relevant terms, if you have conducted a study on the effects of specific diet on cardiovascular health, use terms like Mediterranean diet, heart health, and cholesterol levels. Now, there are a lot and information how you can refine your keywords. That's same with observed related research. So things like climate adaptation, crop yield, sustainable farming. One thing we have observed from these keywords suggested these are general, or I mean common. So our idea is for our paper to be easily searched, right? So when a person is searching for an article, so one of those searches, one of those results should be your paper. Okay, so we are offering our paper to that person. So we just don't want the AI search find it difficulty in searching for our paper. So make use of very friendly keywords. What I mean of friendly is for easily searched keywords. Okay, so in writing keywords, note to authors. I think this is also from some journal, or from Bahadoran, from the article he published on the principles of biomedical scientific writing on abstract. 3 to 10 keywords or short phrases are usually provided. Keywords are proposed to be obtained through medical subjects. So there's a suggestion list of keywords. Keywords be different from the words that are within the main title, because the main title you have those words already, right? And then you are asked to provide some or keywords also. So if you repeated the words from the main title and you just repeated it, so what's the use? Instead, use variants, meaning the chance that your paper can be searched is because you use a lot of search words or variants. You use variants. Effective keywords are those that are familiar within the field and are specific to the paper. Listing very general terms as keywords is not recommended. Very general, because they are not helpful. List the main related keywords and then search using the same words to verify whether they are effective in retrieving appropriate papers to the field. Well, I mentioned that some author or some journals have this prescribed guide, right? So like in the case of Taylor and Francis, Guide for Authors, I just extracted it from the page, from the website. First, for title page, the title must be short and concise. Again, you have the keywords or the words short and concise, followed by name, etc. Should also provide a running head, maximum of 60 units. As for the abstract, this should be a single paragraph, limited to maximum 200 words, except for invited reviews. It must be informative and complete in itself, and in qualitative terms, report on the main result or discovery presented in the paper. From Elsevier, and of course, we know that next to me, we will also have this information, but I just want to present here. Guide for authors from Elsevier, abstract, and also keywords. Okay, the abstract should state briefly the purpose of the research, the principal results, and major conclusion. See, BAM RC, like that. Abstract is often presented separately from the article, so it must be able to stand alone. For this reason, references should be avoided, and if essential, cite the author and year. Also, non-standard or uncommon abbreviations should be avoided, but if essential, they must be defined at their first mention in the abstract. As to the keywords, maximum of 6 keywords, using American spelling, avoiding general and plural terms. Okay, same with the teller. And for SAGE journals, ensure the main key phrase for your topics is in your article title. Make sure your title is descriptive and ambiguous, accurate, and reads well. Remember, people search on key phrases, not just single words, like women's health, not just health. Also, try to include the topic as close to the start as possible. If you're using creative title, make this a subtitle. A descriptive title is so good for making an article more searchable in midline or web science. So my takeaway, just the acronyms. So you can easily remember. For clear, that's the crafting a title. Okay, C for clear, focus, and L for length, engaging, accurate, relevant, etc. The spice calls also is a very good guide in making your title. All the elements of setting, population, intervention, etc. should be in your title. In crafting your abstract, the BAM RC, okay, background, the method, result, conclusion, okay, and avoiding.
Yes, you may raise your hand and also drop the questions in the chat columns. Dr. Elmer, it is really interesting to find out that your title is crafting. Crafting is related to the art, right? When we need to write down our titles, keyword, and abstract, we have to know the art that we are writing on the paper. It is not only about the keyword, but we have to know that it will give impact to the audiences. And it is really also interesting to find out that the abstract title or also keyword is the window. It is like when we want to come into a house, we need to knock the door and also look at the window whether we come to the right houses or not. So it is also really representing the title, abstract, and also keyword in the articles. Okay, so
exactly.
for the questions, I would like to encourage all the audiences. Okay, Giorana Kusma Albarki from the chat box. Are you here? Giorana? Okay, so I would like, yes. Hello, Geo from UB, Indonesia. So, would you like to speak up your questions directly to Dr. Elmer?
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. The presentation so very fantastic, Prof. I would like to ask you about if the research discuss many parameters or research variable, then how to summarize it effectively in the abstract in maybe in max 200 word, especially the method and result section, Prof. I actually had time to revising that part. So thank you.
Thank you, Gil, for the question. I will give time to
paper can be one of the AI. I mean, the one of the result of his search.
Okay, thank you so much for the answers. And also thank you so much for Gil for asking the questions. Okay, so I would like to invite another participants to give questions, or even maybe we can also share the experiences, Dr. Elmer, about how to write down a good abstract or even a good title of the research.
Yes.
So, any questions, everyone? Okay, so while waiting for the other participant to asking some questions, I also have a question about the keyword. So actually, when it is my personal experience, so when I write down my research, and it is really tricky for me to find the right keywords, Dr. Elmer. So if we need to choose, should we choose the unique keyword or the common keyword to be easily searched in the engine of the searching engine? As we know that if it is too usual or too common word, there will be a lot of publication articles coming up in the searching process. So how we manage that?
Okay, I have two answers for that. Like the first one is, if you have five, this is my based on my personal experience also. So I usually follow what the journal would say regarding list of keywords. Like you know what I mentioned earlier, that when you are submitting for publication, then there are already prepared list of keywords. All you have to do is to select things like that. But if you are going to make your own keywords, I have to try first this selected keywords and do a search. Okay, so with that, I will know what are those words that are already, you know, most searched or very unique, as you said. So that's how I do it. But it's just still up to you. It's still up dependent. I mean, it depends to the researcher. Okay, but I already have this experience of publishing a paper, and even until now, it doesn't have generated citations yet. So, well, what can I do? Maybe they are not interested with the topic that I have did. I mean, or I also have some papers that in just 1 year, I can accumulate a lot of citations. So maybe it depends on the topic, I should say.
Yeah, thank you so much for the answers. And then actually we have one more questions in the chat box from Randy Nobleza. Randy is here. Okay, Randy asking about what are the example of the keyword tools? What are the example of the keyword tools?
Well, personally, as I've said, that I am using only what is being provided by the journal because they are provided. But I'm sure that there is a tool for that. Like the Midline, PubMed, they have this tool. But if you know, maybe you can share, please. Okay, you can share if for the sake of you know, sharing information, please share your knowledge about this. If you know a certain tool, it will be very helpful for us, for all researchers.
Yes, that's right. So if anyone here know what is the example of the tools for searching for keyword or even crafting our keyword, maybe you can share in this forum, so we can sharing the informations with another audiences as well. Okay, so another questions coming from the audiences, Bamiro Nuruddin. So he raised his hand, so you can ask Dr. Elmo directly. Bamiro,
okay,
please yours.
Hello, sir.
Okay. Assalamualaikum. Hello, assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Waalaikumsalam. Bamiro, can you hear me?
Okay. Okay. My question is, oh, yes, I can. My question is, sometimes you submit to some journal, and between 1 to 2 days, they reject. And even if you look at the paper, the title of the paper, the scope of the paper is in line with the journal scope. but yet they reject. So sometimes I get frustrated that what might be the problem, because the title of the paper, the scope, everything, 2 days they reject. Like I have an example of a paper that was rejected like that. I later submit to another Emerald paper, Q2, it was accepted and published. So what can make some journal to quickly reject a paper? That's the first question. Second question, researchers with high citation. What is the benefit of publishing with researchers that have high citation? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the questions, Mamir. I hope that you got the questions, Dr. Elmer. So actually, the first question is what makes the journal rejected? How long it takes to make it is rejected or accepted?
To be honest, I don't have an idea the reason why the paper was rejected. I think the succeeding sessions can, if you stick to the program, because we have a guy from Elsevier, I think he is the authority to answer that question. What's the reason why a paper has been rejected or accepted? But as a reviewer myself, I don't just have to stick to the title or keyword or abstract. I really have to read the content because I have to review the paper, right? So I am not sure if my understanding is that your paper was rejected because of the use of the title, the abstract that you have crafted, or the keywords. I don't think so. As a reviewer myself, I have to read the content of your paper. But as I've said, I'm not have the authority here as to the reason why your paper was rejected or published. Maybe we'll listen to the presentation of the guy from Elsevier.
Okay, thanks so much for the answers. So we have another question from Lord John Mamala. So time is yours.
So my question is also good afternoon, sir. So I'm from the Mariano Marcos State University. So my question is, in the strategies you provided, which is the types of the research title, in your own perspective, which one is best that will easily understand the student in making it?
I have presented some examples of titles. We have from nominal, compound, and interrogative ones. And I have noticed that you have mixed of nominal and compound titles. And there were also studies conducted which titles are highly cited and often searched. And then in the presentation, it's the declarative titles, compound titles also. But there are also studies which I've encountered that the compound with the one with colon with the hanging titles, they may be downloaded, but they are not being cited. So I have no study or solid evidence that this one is the best title, that the format should be like this. But in the recent publication in 2023, it is stated that even interrogative titles now are getting wide interest, unlike before. So still for me, you have to give a good title, okay? Either in nominal form, in a compound form, and all the information should be stated there. But again, sometimes there is a debate on presenting the result right away or not yet, keeping the result until they read the content, right? Because you want them to have, they will be thrilled or they will be excited to read your paper because they are interested to know your result. But if you will be providing the result in your title, sometimes, oh, okay, I know already. So these are the arguments in presenting types of title. But as I said, to answer your question, there is a mix of nominal and compound titles that gathered wide or high citations. I think it
Thank you very
depends
much.
on the topic.
Thank you very much for.
Interesting topic, yes.
Thank you very much for the question and also the answer. And then actually in the chat box, Nafet Tufani has mentioned some tools that can be used to search for the keyword.
Yeah,
There are
thank you.
some
Really
for,
appreciate that.
thank you so much for sharing about this. And then actually, Dr. Elmer, we have another questions in the chat box. So let me read it. So this question is from Anna Isabella Tanam. So she is asking about from Timor-Leste. So thank you for the insight. I have a question about the abstract. How can we manage to get good abstract, especially in the part of result, if we have limited work in abstract? And whether the journal really strict, I mean, if they limit only 200 words and we have to fill all the points in the abstracts, how can we manage to get a good abstracts for the part of the result, Dr. Elmer?
That's nice. That's good that you understand that results should be included in the abstract, and that your problem is you have so many results again. And so since you are limited with certain number of words only, I still suggest that what's the topmost priority, or the best result, or you say in research, we understand this language in research, like the first presentation of the research gap. In coming up with your paper, what gap have you addressed in your study? And so that's what you are excited to disseminate, right? That's what you want to convey to the wide audience. So I think that will prioritize the result presentation here. So what result are you excited to disseminate to the wide audience? So I guess if you are limited with certain number of words, then stick to those topmost. I just like to use the word topmost priority result.
Yeah, the
Okay.
convincing result.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much for the answers and also the questions. And we have another question from Sylviana Dewi. So, do keyword have to be in the title? Do keyword have to be in the title?
I would like to use the authority, the reference which I have searched. It says that if you have already those keywords in the title, then use variants in the keywords. But which do you start first? Did you crop the title first and then come up with keywords, or start with the keywords first before you come up with the title? So if you start off with keywords, list of keywords, and then you have to refine and then come up with only as prescribed by journals, that you have to come up with only 5. If you already have these 5 keywords, then in crafting with the title, again, I have presented some guide in coming up with some title. Then if you already have those keywords and that you think they are still be included in the title, then I guess it's fine, but it's suggested in the reference that I have presented, use a variant. Okay. The idea for me, maybe you can argue with this, but I'm just sticking on what I have read. The idea is that you have the chance that it can be cited, and the more chances that you can be searched, the better. Because ultimately our goal here is for our papers to be cited, so we can increase our reputation, right? Or a lot of people can read your article. So searchability is the word.
Okay, thank you so much for the answer. And one more question from Randy Nobleza. Randy is here. Randy, are you here? Randy? Okay, so I would like to read the question. So apart from the abstracts in publication of the journals, how about abstract for research conferences with no result or conclusion yet? How do you treat these abstracts?
Okay, so I'm thinking now of the acronym BOM-RC, and you only have BOM, right? The background, context, and then the objectives and the methodology only, but no result yet. Or I don't know how you can consider that as complete if you do not have yet the results and the conclusion. But yeah, some presentations or conferences you are asked for an abstract, and your abstract is only up to your methodology, no conclusion yet. So I guess that's it. The background, objectives, after methodology should be what is can be seen in your abstract.
Okay, so thanks so much for the answer. So for writing the abstract, it must be a complete research, right, Dr. Elmer? So
Yeah.
it
Yes.
has to fill the BOMRC that you mentioned before. So it has to be the backgrounds, objective, methodology, result, and also the conclusions to make a good abstract for a research. Okay,
Yes.
thank you so much for the answer and the questions. Okay, so I think
Thank
that's
you
all
for
for
having
the
me.
sessions. We have a lot of and also interesting questions and also insightful presentation for Dr. Elmer. Thank you so much for that. So I would like to give a short conclusions. So actually making titles, keyword, and also abstract is the crafting. So it is not only about the word, but also how to make it powerful and give some impacts to the readers. So it is also like knocking the windows and the door to come to someone's homes just to make sure that we are on the right track or in the right forum or houses. And then to make a really good title, abstract, and also keyword, we have a lot of tips and tricks from the Dr. Almer by using clear abbreviations, BOMRC abbreviation, also discover for the keyword. And don't forget also to look at the guidelines of the journal, right? To make sure that you write the right keywords and you submit in the right journals. Thank you so much, Dr. Elmer, once again
Nice
for
synthesis.
giving the nice and also insightful sessions in this afternoon. And then I think that this is the end of the second sessions of the UB online courses. And we will move to the next sessions, the third sessions, and the session will be moderated by Mr. Lukman, Aulia Lukman. So we have a short breaks after this, and thank you so much for coming. Thank you, Dr. Elmer. So please give applause to Dr. Emil before we close the second sessions.
Terima
Thank you so much.
kasih.
Ya, terima
From Summer
kasih,
State
terima kasih.
University.
Good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We have a short break before we move to the third sessions. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Again, please cite the authority, because I'm saying these are not mine, and then sometimes I missed citing the reference here. So this is just for sharing. So from the Discover, if your articles about new cancer treatment, consider the audience of oncologists. So you have to define what terms would they use when searching for new treatment. So in letter I, identify key concepts. For example, article on environmental impact. So what are the key concepts? Maybe you can think of plastic pollution, marine debris, and recycling. Specific and relevant terms, if you have conducted a study on the effects of specific diet on cardiovascular health, use terms like vegetarian diet, fat, and cholesterol levels. Now there are a lot and information how you can refine your keywords. That's same with observed related research.
by my senior. Her name is Professor Andriani Kusumawati, DBA. And she will deliver the topic on principles in writing, introduction, method, results, and discussion, and conclusion sections. You know, ladies and gentlemen, so far, I have also my own experience in writing articles, but I'm also helping some other people to finding the right journals and also submitting their articles to some selected journals. And usually there are some problems that I found from the articles that I read. And usually the problem lies on the introduction, in which the structure is not complete, and also on the method section. Usually the reviewer will give feedbacks that the description of the method is not complete yet, and also there are other problems in the result and discussion section, and also in the conclusion section. So I hope from this short session, Professor Andriani will explain to you about how to best write and formulate the introduction, literature review method, and also result and discussion and conclusion section. So before I call Professor Andriani, I would like to read her CV. So once again, her name is Professor Andriani Kusumawati, DBA. She is a professor in marketing, and she works now at the Faculty of Administrative Science as Brawijaya. She teaches some courses related to marketing, like marketing management, marketing seminar, international marketing, marketing research, consumer behavior, marketing strategy, and also research method in business. She graduated from Universitas Brawijaya to get her bachelor's degree in business administration back in 1994 until 1998. And then she pursued a master's degree in business administration also at the same university from 1999 to 2001. And finally, she earned her doctoral degree from University of Wollongong, Australia, in business administration from 2009 to 2013 by writing a dissertation entitled Students' Perception of Choice Criteria in the Selection of an Indonesian Public University. And she has so many experiences, and currently she is the head of a master's program in business administration of the Faculty of Administrative Science at Universitas Brawijaya. So I would like to welcome Professor Andriani Kusumawati. Assalamualaikum. Good afternoon, Prof. Andriani.
Good afternoon, Mas Lukman.
How are you today?
Good afternoon, everyone. Good, thank you. How about you?
All right. Thank you. I'm fine. Thank you. Okay. It's very nice to have you here now, Professor. And I think the audience cannot wait to listen to your presentation. So the presentation will be made in 60 minutes from now, and then we will have a question and answer session for the next 15 minutes. So I think without further ado, I would like to give the chance to Professor Andriani. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mas Lukman. Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. So good morning in different country from Indonesia, maybe. So let me share my screen first. Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay, can you see my screen, Mas Lukman?
Yes, very clearly.
Okay, the screen is working?
Yes, it's working.
Okay, thank you. So again, this topic is I guess this topic is quite broad because cover all those things related to the manuscript that previously already mentioned by two speakers. But this current topic is quite complete from the beginning of the manuscript up to the end of the section of this manuscript. So hopefully I can cover all those things in 1 hour, sort of 1 hour. So if maybe I will talk a little bit quickly because I have a lot of slides to share with you. But if I can make it in 1 hour, maybe the committee will share the slide to all of the participants. So talking about the writing introduction, method, result, and discussion and conclusion section is usually we cover in several topics from preparing to write and then begin to write the introduction, the method,
Yes, sir.
the result and discussion, and also the conclusion. So regarding preparing to write, I think we should aware about scientific writing. We not talking beyond the scientific writing, so we just focus on scientific writing. So I guess the previous speaker also mentioned that scientific experiment is not complete until the result have been published and understood. A scientific paper is a written and published report describing original result. So this is the importance of a scholar to disseminating their work by publishing in several or certain journal in their field. So what is the scientific writing? Actually, the purpose of scientific writing is to communicate a new scientific finding. Thus, it has to be clear, simple, and well-ordered communication to transmit new scientific finding. Scientific writing must use a proper English, which gives the sense in the few short words. So this is also a problem for the last sentence that I mentioned. This is also a problem for the author that not a native in English, and English become their second language or third language, especially for Indonesian. That we have Indonesian, we have a local language. So English is not our first language. But I think this is not a problem because there are so many tools that can help us to proofread our manuscript later on. So the origin of scientific writing, why we should publish, because we know that knowledge is lost without written record. Knowledge could not be widely circulated with no effective duplication. The importance of publishing in the importance of publishing the finding of your research is some people say that publish or perish. It means that if you not publish, the information only kept by the person itself, not disseminate to others. Because for the scholar, one of the responsibility of the scholar is to disseminate the information that they have from their research. So some of this motivation we can see in here. First is about to share the information about our findings. We can also say that the information of our finding could increase the knowledge about the field. So the human knowledge belongs.
Sorry to interrupt, Prof. Andriani.
Yep. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. Your slide doesn't seem moving in my view.
Okay.
Is it still on the title yet? Or... Okay.
Okay.
Sorry for that.
Okay. I'll start to share screen again.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Wait a minute. Okay. Share screen. Mhm. Okay. Okay, still possible. Okay. Is it moving, Mas Lukman?
Okay, it's moving now. I see number
Okay.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, very nice.
Yes. Okay. 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 I will continue with this part. So this is the motive why people or why the researcher want to disseminate their research results. So first is about to share their findings, new finding, especially to get this value in return, because some researchers could be funded by some grant from the institution, both private or both public. So we should consider about how to get something in return in terms to share our research finding. And then also regarding to make knowledge increase by using publication, by writing the paper, we should we can increase the knowledge in terms of the topic that we studied. Also, human knowledge belong to all the humanity. It must be shared and made available publicly. And knowledge is the only commodity in the world that actually increase the value, increase the value and extend only when shared. And we must share our experience with our colleagues to assist them in their quest. We must expose our work to critique by those who can evaluate our work, so to make our work more perfect. So we need to get some valuable feedback or call from the researchers or other people that interested in our research. We must publish so that we can give credit to those whose work has been instrumental in us arriving at our findings. And we must publish as a researcher professional. Value can only be evaluated in terms of their output. So principle of writing, and summarize based on, again, based on my personal experience and also some literature that I read. So the principle of writing, including the unity, the coherence, the support, effective paragraph, and word choice. So in unity, if you advance a single point and stick to that point, you will have a unity in your paper. So unity means that you should explain your statement in a straight point. And to achieve unity is to have all the detail in your paper related to your goal. So it means that we should direct all the and in the same goal. So the unity covers, or we can see the unity occur in some of paragraph level and also in a paper level. In paragraph level, it means all the sentence in the paragraph should be connected and work together, work toward the same end. For paper level, it means of each paragraph should be connected, each section should be connected, and should be addressing to the manuscript statement or thesis statement. And then coherence means we can make our message connect logically. If we are writing to entertain, readers may just give up if they find our writing hard to follow. So they may have no choice but to struggle for comprehension, our message may be lost if we cannot make the our logical statement in coherence in one sentence or one paragraph. So coherence, key question is about what does what we have right approach the subject in a logical way. The part must logically connected between sentence, between paragraph, between section. So the whole manuscript should be logically connected. So the common mistake related to the coherent, sometimes the author trying to force a piece together, two sentences that not related, they put together to make make some a logical sentence, but it's too it's different. It's difficult to understand for the reader. So another mistake is about no relation exists between two parts of a sentence. So as this example, the woman loved to cook and the sky was very dark that day. So this is not connected each other between those two sentences, but lead to confusion for the reader. So the coherence, the method that we can use to organize our writing is using this step. This step is quite useful for me, especially personally, to make the manuscript look logically understandable for the reader. So first, using chronological order, which one comes first, which one should be explained first, and then the second, we should tell the problem as well as the solution. And we also can use the sequence between a cause and effect. We should write clearly which one become cause and the effect. Or we can use a topical arrangement. So each paragraph should be include one topic, and the second paragraph, third paragraph also covers a specific topic that connect together. And then support. Support means if you support the point with the specific evidence, it will have support in your paper. So it means that every sentence, every argument that you build in your manuscript, it should be better if you support with a certain evidence. It could be from the literature, it could be from secondary data, it could be from in expert information that write down in the newspaper and etc. So the support is important to address the idea, to clarify your argument, and you can use to illustrate what are you trying to say in your sentence, in your idea, in your manuscript. And then support would explain what the important thing that you want to expose in your manuscript. And also use the example. This is also part of the support. Give the example that maybe reader understand more about your topic, especially those that not familiar or not really close with the field that you are researching. And then support, your paper should include vivid details, and don't forget to consider your audience, because sometimes the reader not only from the people that have a similar interest or similar field of research, but they have attraction to interested to search more about your research. So consider about the common person, the common people that not really close with your field of study. And then develop effective paragraph. So the paragraph usually contain several statements or several sentences, and begin with the topic sentence. It means a main idea that we want to express. And an explanatory sentence, it means the supporting or the elaborating or the meaning of the generalization is elaborate and explained. And also the illustration, the application of generalization is shown by example. And then a conclusion. So make sure that each paragraph have a short conclusion that make a point or lead into the next or a following paragraph. And word choice also, you should also consider about that, because some say that, according to Rudyard Kipling, that words are, of course, the most powerful drug used by mankind. And Joseph Joubert also said that words like glass obscure when they do not aid vision. So word choice include several considerations. First, about grammar, and second, about simplicity and variety, and third, about expression with a double meaning and sentence length. So about the grammar, sometimes, as I mentioned before, if we are not a native speaker or native language in English, we're not expert in English, therefore we need help with another tools or another application, or we can use a proofreader later on. So don't worry about the grammar, because we can develop while we are writing the manuscript by asking help for another tools or another person. And then regarding the type of manuscript, we should also aware before we writing the manuscript, we also should understand about the types that commonly published in the journal. There are two types that I found differences, more differences in general and in special. So the type of manuscript could be general and special. For general, usually for original research, letter to the editor, short communication, editorial reviews, case report, and etc. But for special, it could be little more technical brief, methodological paper, and etc. So you should aware before writing the manuscript which type of manuscript that you want to write to publish in the journal. So type of article, we can also found there are so many type of article that could be conference paper, a journal, and technical report, thesis, dissertation, maybe research report, research monograph, book chapter, and etc. So for today, I just focus on a journal, which is a full paper in original research paper, not talking in other type of research paper. And then for those journal paper, there are also two categories, peer review and non-peer review. For the peer review, actually, the manuscript, before they publish, they goes through the panel of expert peers in the similar discipline to evaluate the suitability of the publication. But for the non-peer review, usually not come up with this way. So for today, we only talking about the peer review publication that are significant of scientific research publication. We shall not discuss non-review publication. For research article, especially in journal paper, is written for the purpose of communicating the finding of research conducted. So the research article usually should be clear, easy to read, and to use. And then it should have a predictable and suitable section with the right heading and content organized in a logical and predictable order. In contrast to style, most journals do not dictate a particular structure. So this is, again, depend on the every journal, every publisher have different guideline. So read through the guideline and make sure that you address all the information that required in the guideline. But some journal doesn't explain or doesn't provide the template of the manuscript. In that case, you should find out from the previous article that already published in that journal. So this has become your example of developing your manuscript. Before starting to write a paper, so like other doing publication or make a scientific writing, so record your reading, especially your result, make a table, draw graphs, give record a summary, date the file. So it means you should organize the file, revise your reading. So sometimes we cannot, in my experience, personally, we can, I cannot write a whole manuscript in one time. So we need to take a break and then develop another part and then revise the part that we already write, and it goes through like that. So write ideas whenever they come to you. So make a record, write the ideas that come up with in your mind. And then you should also aware about the structure of the manuscript. So this is the essential part of the scientific paper, mostly almost similar of the journal publication, even different publisher, but maybe the sequence. But mostly the essential part is like this: from the title, the abstract, introduction, material and method, result, discussion, conclusion, acknowledgement, and references. So this is some of the information that usually available in the journal. You can see in here some journal need, sometimes they put a table in the end of the manuscript, or sometimes they put the table in text, incorporate with the text of the manuscript, and etc. So the one popular format is Imrat style. So we will learn Imrat style after this. So title page and abstract, this is already discussed by previous speaker. So title page cover the information about the title of the article, as well as the list of the author, the affiliation, and the running head. The abstract, the previous speaker already explained clearly about how to develop an abstract, as well as keyword, which one that you should write first. And then the Imrat story. This is why the Imrat is quite famous, and this is also used in a common, almost all the publisher using this anatomy of the journal. So Imrat stands for the introduction, method, result, and discussion. So previously that journal published in descriptive paper, but now the method is something that important, one of the important thing in the journal that other researcher or the reader want to find out. So in later half of 19th century, the Imrat format slowly progressed, that followed by several publishers up to now. So Imrat stand for introduction, what the question, what the problem was studied, and M stand for the method, how was the problem studied, and R from the result, what are the findings, and D for the discussion, what do this finding mean. So this is also recommended by the International Committee of Medical Journal Editors in 1978, and followed up to now to see whether all the manuscript have perfect anatomy of the structure of this paper. So this is like put together in sandwich technology. I use the term sandwich technology means that from the introduction and discussion should be connect together. It means the introduction include high-level problem statement, and then come up with the mid-level problem statement, research gap, goal of the study, and then followed by the method that cover all the research design, including the setting, population, procedure, or statistical analysis, and then the result, talking about the data, displaying the data that we found from our research without the interpretation, because the interpretation goes to the discussion section. So in the discussion section, including the interpretation of the data, the context with the existing research, the limitation, and also summary statement. So organization of the scientific paper, this is the most common that I talking about is IMRED. But if you have a method that maybe you have a multiple method that you use, so to achieve directly related result, so sometimes the manuscript require you to explain method and the result in the one section. This is part of experimental section. And another way, the result, if your result is so complex that they need to be immediately discussed, so sometimes the result and the discussion join together in one section. So what is the best order? Again, personally, for me, it depends on the author itself. Yeah, but for me, sometimes I choose the easier one, and then followed by another. So usually the author choose a method and result first, because this is connect together, and then goes through the introduction and discussion in the one package, because with introduction and discussion should be matched. In introduction, we're talking about the problem, the discussion talking about the solution of the problem. And then goes to abstract, and the last we think about the title, and then come up with a which a suitable title to cover all the content of our journal. So the reference also should be well written. That all the literature that we use should be explained or should be mentioned in the reference list. So this is the part that I said, introduction and discussion should be connected together. So in introduction, we should have indicate the gap, state the objective of the research question, and then the answer is in the discussion part. So talking for the introduction, the introduction section state the research problem. It means that we also explain about what are interesting things of our paper, of our manuscript. The introduction should answer the following question. What was I studying? Why was this is an important question? What did I know about this topic before I did this study? It means you should read a lot using relevant literature. What model was I testing, and what approach did I take in this study? So this is the way to writing introduction. Begin with the general background, and then make a specific background, and then put also information about knowledge gap. There are so many gaps. You can choose between one or two. Not all the problem you should research in one manuscript. Therefore, the question that raised in the previous speakers, the previous session, you can choose. If you have a research gap, a lot of research gap, you can choose one or two research gap that you want to research. Not all the research gap you should give the solution in one paper or one manuscript. So general background is related to the overall scientific setting of your work. You should give the information for the audience about the what to expect from your paper, not an overview of the history of your field. Sometimes the author are only talking about the field, the history, but forget to explain about what are the important information related to general topic. And then specific background, work done so far using pertinent literature. You should illustrate what are the information that already achieved by previous researcher, and then what are the current topic that you try to discuss, and then move to the knowledge gap, motivation for your work, give evidence of the incompleteness of the current understanding of the value of investigating the field further. And then in the end, you should explain about the aim of your paper. Finally, clearly state the aim and scope of this article, not the project, because in one project, we can make different manuscript. We can create, or we can drafting in many manuscript or many article. So explain what exact question is answered, and also briefly explain how the study was conducted, and tell preview, only a preview of your finding. And the general rules using present tense when referring to work that has already been published, but using past tense when referring to your own study. Use the active voice as much as possible, and avoid lengthy or unfocused review of previous research. Cite peer-review scientific literature or scholarly reviews. Avoid general reference work such as textbooks. So I guess if you use many literature from the research paper or scientific paper or scientific journal article, it will be better rather than using mainly from a textbook. Define any specialized term or abbreviation. If you feel that your research is quite specific, using a specific technical term, you should explain before. Or if you have some abbreviation that maybe people not understand about the abbreviation, so explain before. And then suggest rule for good introduction. It should present the nature and scope of the problem investigate, review the pertinent literature, including state the method of investigation, and state principal result of the investigations, state the principal conclusion suggested by the result from the previous literature. We move to the method. Method section contain the discussion of the approach taken to answer the research question discussed. Is usually contain 5 sections, cover hypothesis, measure, subject, apparatus, set of or setup or environment or procedure. So again, this is depend on the style that provided by the journal or publisher of each journal in a specific discipline. So material, including identify accurately experimental. You can, maybe if you use animals, plant or microorganism, and etc., you should explain. Relating the human subject, you should use the criteria, how you select the respondent, how you select the sample. You should explain clearly. And avoid the use of trade names of a chemical or of some brand name. So avoid this information. So the methods in part, this part of the manuscript must be clear, precise, concise, so that it can be reproducible. If the method is new, all detail must be provided. So if the method has been previously published in the specific journal, only the reference should be given with some identification. So you should write the information from previous journal that you cited to support your method, or maybe the measurement that you use for your current research. Questions such as how or how much must be answered and no left to be passed over. You should also, if you use statistical analysis, you should mention and ordinary ones without comment, but advanced or usual ones require literature citation. So if you use certain criteria of population, or you choose a certain method, you should support this argument by using literature citation. And how to write the material and method section. Provide full details so that the experiment are reproducible. Organize the method under a subheading will be good. You can separate between the population and sample section, and separate with the measurement, separate with the analysis. Do not make some of the result in this section, because this section mainly for the method. So the result we can discuss in the following section. But if the method that you use, as I mentioned before, if the method that you use quite many or more than one, usually better if you explain the method and the result directly. And then write in the past tense. So next we move to the result and discussion. The result section tells the reader what was found in the study, and a statistical description. If you use statistical description, you should explain using the test of appropriate statistical test. And then the discussion section, interpret the result. So if you make a separate between result and discussion, to make sure the result only display the finding of the study without any interpretation. And then the result section is written in the past tense. It is the core of the paper, because the result is the things that the reader or the audience want to know about your paper. It needs to be clearly and simply stated, since it's constitute the new knowledge contribute to the work. The purpose of this section is to summarize and illustrate the findings in an orderly and logical sequence without interpretation. Again, in this result part, we should also using logical sequence and without the interpretation, because you have another section which is discussion part. And do not describe method that have already been described in the material and method section. So it's not a redundant between the information that we already provided in the previous section. And method of presenting the data, you can directly in the text. It again depend on the style of the journal, and you can put in a table or in a figure. All figure and table must be accompanied by a textual presentation of the key finding. So if you have a table or figure, it should be common with textual presentation. So the information, what are the table talking about? Never have a table or figure that is not mentioned in text. This is sometimes we forget. We put a lot of table, but we forget to mention the table in the text, which the information refers in which table or refers with which figure. Table and figures. Table are appropriate for larger or complicated data set that would be difficult to explain clearly in text. Figure are appropriate for data set that exhibit trends, pattern, and relationship. So make sure that which one that you choose, table or figure, because those two have different function and different criteria. Any table or figure must be sufficiently described by its title and caption or legend. Don't forget about the legend. Sometimes we put the table or we put the figure, but forget about the legend, the information that should provide it about maybe the color, about the trend, and other information that should be supplied in the table. Do not include both table and figure showing the same information. This will become redundant. And then how to write the discussion. I think this is the hardest section to write. Its primary purpose to show relationship among observed facts. It should end with a short summary or conclusion regarding the significance of work. So this is the component of the discussion. You should show the principal relationship and generalization shown by the result. So the discussion should be support the result and show how the result interpretation agree or contrast with previous published work. You should collaborate, incorporate with the previous research that you already read. So what are the contradictions? What are the similarities? What are the new information that you found based on the personal literature in the field that you already read. And then summarize your evidence for each conclusion. Last, we're talking about conclusion. Conclusion section briefly restate the finding and relate them to the previous work. Identify key finding and application. And limit your conclusion to those that your data can actually support. So conclusion usually very concise and not repetition or redundant with the previous section. Suggest future direction. So the conclusion could be explain about the future direction for research, maybe for new methods, explanation, for deviation from previous published results. And consistent with experimental and introduction, it should not be a summary of the work done. So the conclusion, not a summary, hold the manuscript, because this is part of the abstract. And then the last, acknowledgement. So this is maybe not part of my explanation, because my explanation only up to conclusion, but some publisher or some journal need us to explain about the acknowledgement. So you should acknowledge any significant technical help that you have received from any individual in your laboratory or elsewhere, or your people who give your funding and etc. Do not use the word wish. Simply write I thank and not I wish to thank. So the proposed wording of acknowledgement to the person who's helped you are acknowledging. So references, this is the last part. References section provide the reader with all information needed to seek out and obtain all original source used in the research. So don't forget to cite all the information, make a list, the previous literature that you cite in your work. So to cover this, you can use software or maybe some application to ensure that you didn't miss any literature that already support your idea in your manuscript. Referencing, you can follow the guidelines of the journal. The common use referencing using Harvard format, some using alphabet or numbering, or some using APA, citation order system, and etc. It depends again with the guideline of the journal. In text citation, in name and year system, in alphabet number system, in citation order system, etc. And then reference list. Please ensure that any papers not cited in text should not be included. So only the papers that cited in text you should include in reference list. Reference list allow readers to investigate the subject in greater depth. And then a reference list contains only the book, article, and web page that are cited in text of document. And a bibliography include all sources consulted for background or further reading. Quick tips. There are several tips that you can follow. Select your target journal carefully. Sometimes the reason for rejection or the reason of the journal not suitable for publication is because we select the journal in the wrong way, because the discipline is not tailored. So make sure that you have a clear match between the objective of the paper, the journal mission, scope, and etc. Follow the publisher guideline. Only cite relevant works. So I don't think that you cite a lot of work is quite good, but only cite the relevant works. Have clear storyline before writing your introduction. Refer back to your introduction when you write your conclusion, because the introduction and conclusion, like book covers, they connect together. I think that's all. Writing the manuscript is hardest part. The hardest part is getting started, but you don't have to be great to start, but you have to start to be great. Get doing. Thank you. And if any question, we will be welcome to answer those questions. Thank you, Pak Lukman.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Andriani, for the wonderful presentation. I think this is a very complete delivery of materials. Yeah, we talk about the structure of the manuscript. Yeah, so, you know, the structure of manuscript is like structure of a building. Without the structure, we cannot build a building or a house, right? So this is very important to understand about the structure of the manuscript. So Professor Andriani has talked about the coherence, yeah, and she gave us some tips on how to make a coherence in our paragraphs, in our text. There are some strategies by using chronological order, problem and solution, cause and effect, and also a topical arrangement. And also she talks about the types of manuscripts that perhaps not many of us aware that research article is not the only type of manuscript. We can write other types of manuscript and we send it to scientific journals and we get publication from that. So this is very important. And also she introduced back the IMRAT. Yeah, I think this is quite familiar with all of you. And she adds some points about that. And also one thing that I'm interested is that in the table and figure we have it has to be accompanied by a textual presentation. You see, sometimes I found some articles there is a table and figure, but there is no explanation on that. So if you think that you once did like that, then you have it's time for you to revise, yeah, your articles. All right, so I guess we have some time for question and answer. This is very important topic. And if you have any question about the structure of manuscript, please raise your hand or write it down at the chat box. I will read it for you. Okay, we have a direct question from Dorothy Ferrari, Miss Dorothy from Satyatera Bhinneka University. Okay, please deliver your question, Miss Dorothy.
Thank you very much, Professor Andriani, for your insightful, very clear and easy to follow and very informative presentation. I really appreciate that. My question is,
Thank you.
in your opinion, do you think authors have to include a reflection on how their identity influence the data collection and as a result eventually influence the data analysis as well as the findings? For example, if let's say someone of a higher power collecting data, most likely they will get a more comprehensive data, whereas someone who might not have a higher power, might not have, you know, as a complete data. So is this something that we need to discuss in our article? If yes, in which section should we write this? That's my question. Thank you very much.
All right, wonderful question by Ms. Dorothy Ferrari. Prof. Andriani, you can directly respond to the question.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Ms. Dorothy. So I think regarding your question, it depends on the style of the journal. Before, personally, my experience before I choose which one that I want to expose in the journal and in which part that I want to explain, I read the previous example of the publication that already done by another researcher in that journal. So before I'm choosing which one that I want to expose, another powerful people or my opinion that less powerful people, we find the example from the previous publication that already done in that journal. So this has become our guideline. Maybe in the guideline of the journal that explain in a certain way or specific way to guide you which one you should explore in which part, but we can see from another article that already published in that journal. So we can follow this style to apply in which in our manuscript. I think this is the best way that if you want to accept in that journal, yeah. So if you just you try to decide by your own, is maybe there are two possibilities. Sometimes the journal will reject because it's not a common way to explain in that kind of journal, or they will accept because this is the new. So you can choose, but I mean, I think I will choose the safer way. The safe way is looking another article that already published in that journal. So how they write those data analysis, those results, and those explanation, and we follow because this is already published in the journal. I think that's my response, Mas Lukman.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Andriani. I hope that helps to solve the problem. So let's now move on to the next question. We have a question from Faiz Sufrikan. I want to ask, are there resources that list journals suitable for a chosen topic or keywords? Is there any list of journals suitable for a chosen topic or keyword? I think this is best answered by our speaker from Elsevier, but perhaps Prof. Andriani has experience on how to choose suitable journals. Or is there any place to see the list of journals that are matched with our specific topic or keywords?
Yes, I have a certain experience regarding those way to search which particular topic that relevant to specific journal. I guess Elsevier already has some system to track if you put some keyword in that website, there are come up with the following list of journal that relevant to your work. And my personal experience, I got easier when I follow the Emerald publisher. Emerald also give some direction. If we put several keywords, maybe I just put an Indonesian term, Indonesian, to find whether this topic related to Indonesia already explored by another author. So Emerald will give me a list of the topic that relevant to Indonesia. If you have specific technical specific term related to your topic, just put in the search engine of this journal. Usually they come up with a list of journal that are relevant or list of articles that related to your research. So you can see in that article they publish in a certain journal. So this journal usually is suitable for your topic. I guess that's Mas Lukman.
Okay. Right. Thank you. Thank you for the response. Now we have another question from Giorona Kusmalbarki. He's from UB. She asks, in the discussion section, what is more recommended to discuss, whether point by point or parameters, or generally display it in a paragraph that discuss and connects the results that have been displayed, or even a combination of the two? Yeah, I don't really understand the question actually, but can you, are you able to respond, bro?
Yeah. Okay, so actually in the discussion section, there are certain ways to explain about your findings, yeah. But again, follow through the guideline, see the guideline, and then see another paper that already published in that journal. This is the way that I learned from many times that I get published, because I look at other people journal in the journal targeted that I want to submit my paper, and then what the kind of the way they explain the discussion. Some journal are looking for point by point, using dot point or using numbers, the result one by one, or each parameter explained in detail using numbers, using a bullet, and etc. But some journal doesn't require the explanation like that. They require a certain paragraph. So the paragraph that connect together and not in detail, because maybe they have a certain limitation of words. So they will limit the number of words. So we should explain in general, not in specific detail point by point. I think it again depend on the guideline, and see what other article in that journal use to explain their paper. Yeah, the discussion part. So this will be useful for you, because it depends. Because if you have a lot of parameter and you will explain one by one, it will get the limitation of the length of the part, because each section usually they have a limited number of words. So be aware of that. So I think the better way is looking for example from another article that already published in that journal. I guess that's all.
Okay. Yeah, I like that idea that when we try to submit a manuscript in a certain journal, I think it's better for us to have a look at the previous publication, right? So that we can have a look and learn how they structure or what kind of structure that is preferred by the editors, so that we can just make it as an example. Yeah, I agree with Professor Adriani for that. All right. Okay, I have another question. Okay, this is a very short question from Leonito Amaral. If you feel, if you experience rejection, how to overcome or how to resolve the rejection? You must have an experience on rejection, bro.
Many times, yeah.
Many times. Okay.
Yeah.
What did you
Okay.
do when you find out the rejection?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Rejection means that usually rejection come up with several critiques or comments regarding our manuscript, the lack of our manuscript. They also sometimes they accompany with give another literature that we should see or we should read further. So I guess this is for me personally, this is part of an opportunity to develop our manuscript. So after got the rejection, if the rejection regarding the quality of our manuscript, I think I will use those critique and comment or those feedback to develop my manuscript, and I will submit in another maybe another journal publisher with maybe the lower tier, or maybe I will develop and submit again in the tier that higher tier than the journal. We want to see, because I want to get more comment to make our manuscript perfect. So for me, if the critic is quite hard and this is related the quality of the paper, we should revise based on those comment, and we can submit in the similar tier of the Scopus or those journal, or in the lowest tier if you want to get accepted easiest. Yeah, so I took this opportunity to develop my manuscript. Actually, I think they sell.
Okay, yeah. So it's like common teaching that if we meet a failure, then we have to get up again, right? Just like a famous band
Yeah.
in the 90s says that I get knocked down, but I get up again.
Yep.
Yeah. We have to see it positively of the rejection. Yeah. All right. Thank you so much. And we have a question from Paulina Aristiawati. She asks, what are the common criteria of journal publication? All right. Do you think you have a response to this short question?
The common criteria for?
Common criteria for journal publication.
It depends on the author. I didn't get the whole question, the meaning of the whole question. If you choose the journal, you should consider about your field of your study, the topic that relevant to your manuscript. So choose the journal that really the aim and the scope relevant with your manuscript. I think this is the first test that you want to do. And then choose the peer review rather than non-peer review. If you want to get good citation and good kind of publication, you should choose the peer review journal rather than non-peer review. So the peer review may be the hard way to publish the manuscript, but again, the quality of the paper, it will be better rather than non-peer review. I guess you should challenge yourself. For me personally, my experience, I will challenge in the top first, and then if I cannot get the top tier, I go down, and choose the lowest level of the tier. So it means that we should challenge ourselves to make sure that our publication, our manuscript is have a good quality and suitable for publish and suitable for cited by another researchers. That's all, Mas Lukman.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Since we have a very limited time, I will have to display one more question for Professor Andriani. This is about references. And Jean Morlo Talidong and also Julie Maitome asked about references, whether the references should be 5 years old recently, and how many references that should be included in our manuscript.
Okay. So regarding the newest or the latest references, I guess better if you use the newest publication. It means that, especially in social science, the social science usually develop very fast, very dynamic. Therefore, if you use the pretty old publication, usually this is become one of the reason of rejection. So therefore, better for you choose the newest one, and maybe 5 years or 10 years before the current publication will be good. And about how many, it depends on your paper. Usually, if the work is already common, the research that you doing is replication of certain kind of research that already conducted by many researchers before, maybe the literature, the development also increase. So you should use many literature review. But if your topic is quite new, usually it's difficult to find the pertinent literature related to that topic. So you maybe use limited literature, but I suggest you to use comprehensive literature, maybe not similar as your work, but almost similar is also can be used in your manuscript. So it seems for the editor and so for the reviewer know that you are already read enough or you develop the manuscript with the basic or based on enough literature review. I guess that's all, Mas Lukman.
Okay. Thank you so much, Professor Andriani, for the response to all the questions. I'm terribly sorry that not all questions can be answered today, but please remember that tomorrow and the next 2 days, we still have other sessions in which you can raise your questions. But for now, I have to conclude that the session, and for today, it is already over. Once again, thank you so much, Professor Andriani, for the presentation. I will see you again in the next events. If you like to discuss collaboration with Professor Andriani, you can just write her to her email. What is the email address, Professor? If you like, you can write down your email address at the chat box. Perhaps any one of you have the same interest in marketing research, then you can discuss research collaboration with Professor Andriani. Thank you so much. And so, ladies and gentlemen, just like what we told you before, that at the end of the day one, we will give you a short survey on the first day. And here is the link. To have your feedbacks on the first day, you can go to https://ub feedback. Once again, s.id/ub feedback, or I can give you the original link if this link doesn't work. I will share it with you on the chat box here. Okay. Okay, so thank you, Prof. Andriani. If you want to leave the room earlier,
You're
thank you so
welcome.
much.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, bye-bye, Prof. Andriani. So, ladies and
Bye for
gentlemen,
now.
don't forget to fill in the survey, and tomorrow we will discuss other topics, which is about research methods, qualitative and quantitative, the two familiar methods, but we will have a refreshment on those topics. And we will discuss also about journal selection, a basic fundamentals of scientific publishing, and also the use of AI, in helping our scientific writing and publication. So please stay tuned for tomorrow. Don't forget to come again tomorrow at 12:30 Jakarta and Bangkok time. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. As the moderator of today, I will close this session. Have a nice day and see you again tomorrow. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and bye-bye.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.